There we go. There we go. There we go. And it's here we go, family. We back. My bad. I had to go out and come back in.
I don't think I still have that one. This is another one I'm talking about, man. It's Savannah. It's Natalie. You're so scared. Like, dude, like, who's Savannah? Like, like Savannah and Samantha. Dude, like, who do they think I am? Trip?
Good. They can charge for my phone.
The time is now 5:40. The special city council meeting is now being brought back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Lalonde.
Present.
Ms. Lewis.
Present.
Ms. Tracy. Ms. Carter is not in. Ms. Burns. Present. Ms. Mashat. Present. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jerry. We have 6 members present.
We have 6 members present. All right, so now time for public speaking. First one speaker, Madam Clerk.
This is funny. I didn't think, to be honest.
Okay, before I call the first public speaker, I'm just gonna ask the audience to please, if you could, lower the volume a little bit, because the voice is carried this way. Thank you. First speaker is Dick Sadler.
Good evening. I'm a 7th Ward resident and work downtown. I'm here with a handful of my neighbors who you'll hear from with the understanding that council business has not been as productive as it could have been over the last few months. I don't always agree with my colleagues either, but I'm here begging you to set down any interpersonal issues you may have with one another and focus instead on the important task of serving the community you have been elected to serve. My community is of the utmost importance to me, and I share in my neighbors' collective anxiety that we're missing important opportunities to grow as a city when we let conflicts get in the way of progress. Please consider foregrounding council resolutions, ordinance changes, and local board appointments. Thank you.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Karma Lewis.
Hi, I'm Karma Lewis, President of Flint Neighborhoods United. We are writing as a collection of community organizations, neighborhood groups, and individuals deeply concerned about the lack of progress in passing critical city business through council. Across our city, Flint residents work every day with our neighbors, whether we like them personally or not, whether we have deep disagreements or not, in order to make our city a better place. It has been deeply distressing to see the most basic of city business left on the table due to disagreements not on the policy of these resolutions, but due to other governance issues. It is clear that our council is currently divided into two groups of 4 members each, with deep disagreements and concerns about trust that are not likely to abate anytime soon. However, we know that there are so many important critical agenda items that must be addressed to move our city forward. And we are writing with a clear ask: focus on those resolutions and agendas items for now. From essential funding for major transportation improvements in our city to park improvements, funding to home repair dollars, all of these issues are critical to Flint residents and will improve the lives of our neighbors. They should not have to wait until larger governance questions are resolved to be passed, especially when there is widespread support for them. As a coalition of community organizations, we are asking that in tonight's meeting and those moving forward, that issues around the election of council president and third ward appointments be considered in meetings, but after resolutions, ordinances, and city board appointments items in any council agenda. While it is clear that there is not a majority to address the larger issues around council presidents and new member appointments, we believe this council has shown repeatedly their willingness to address the actual policy issues in a productive way, and for that, we are grateful. We believe that members have the best interests of the city at heart and sincerely hope that you will be willing to consider this action. There are too many good things taking place in our city for internal disagreements to undermine the progress. Thank you. Flint Neighborhoods United.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next speaker is Lisa Asperg.
Good evening. Hello, City Council. My name is Lisa Asperg, and I'm a resident of the 8th, soon-to-be 6th Ward. And I'm here along with other Flint residents asking this body to support an agenda that focuses on passing important resolutions and items of city business before coming to issues around a new council member, appointment, and council president elections. We have so many things to be proud of in the city, and it's critical that we work to get the business of the city done. Many items that appear on council resolutions are the result of hard work from residents and neighbors. And while we know there are deep disagreements around other issues, or the many, many issues that this council agrees on, let us focus on getting those passed. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next speaker is Arlen Mitchell.
and I'm R.L. Mitchell. We live at 759 East Linden Avenue. By the graveyard is our baseline. And about the situation in Flint, about this, what Mashak and Liddell brought up tonight, not transparent, about the po-po, the police and the fireman situation, had to go back in the back room and stuff like that to make we the people imagine what they're talking about. Like the po-po that got sued for the fireman put his hand on Ed Taylor to keep him from choking poppycock. Last week, that's what we assumed that would happen, and she won, make me think she won the case. Because you don't want we the people to know about it. You treat us like we're in a third world country, like over in Israel, a sneak attack on Jerusalem, and like the Russians get their ass kicked right now by the Boston and all that junk, and people don't want other people to know what really happened. Like one of the boys members talking about, you see the work, you see my work. But at the same time, we go back there and tell the people, the administration downstairs, hey, what you gonna do about poppycock? And Ed Taylor hop up like and using cuss words, like and it wasn't for the fireman. That's all right. Even though he attempted it, he probably even sued the police department because the big old chief the pale-faced police walked out of there before the meeting was over. They probably even sued it and don't want me the people to know about it. And all that. Trump, people like me, dummies in Flint. Like when I first went from Georgia, 4 years old, ended up on St. John's in Fairview, reading out of Dickie and James book, and failed 2 times in the 3rd grade because every time we said, see, pop, spot, run, what Dickie and James, and my friends always making fun of, couldn't even read the book for secondhand books of other school teachers on the outside of Flint and all that stuff. St. Flint is Flint ain't nothing. Like, enough of that. I hear this is the last council of the night of the year. We gonna get our money or else. Take that. What's that? What you mean that a threat? What you mean? If it ain't you believe? I mean, second ward, look up when you what? Yeah. Hello, how you doing? Oh my God! See, that's what I'm talking about, you know? And back to Miss Priestley. She's the one with the money bag. All you gotta do is put the president in. Cause the little Mary already took over Lansing and got first boy talking about. We gonna call it. Lansing took everything from Flint himself. Mr. Taylor. Taylor's up there to show you what they do to the people. You all up there? Stay tuned, America.
The next speaker is Pastor Adam Lawrence.
Hello, I'm Pastor Adam Lawrence. I'm from Lighthouse Spirit of God Church. I've been in the battle upon this committee for about 4 years now. I watched the darkness, I watched the light. And I watched the light lead to darkness because if some of you are called to be a light, or you profess to be a light, and you're not the light that you're called to be. A light sets examples, and you guys are not setting examples. Each one of you stand before me has professed before God that you are going to be a living sacrifice for Him. That is what it's called to be a Christian, to be Christ-like. So I got less than 3 minutes that you've given these people to speak, and I'm going to speak to God on your behalf. So Lord, as we come to you right now, Lord, I know that there's a body, and there's a body that's ready to come forth, Lord, to be a light that's called to be light. And Lord, we go against the darkness, we go against the spirit of Antichrist right now in the mighty name of Jesus, and we call the strong man of this city council to come out in the mighty name of Jesus. And Lord, we profess your Holy Spirit right now in this body in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we come against dividing right now, the dividing spirit of every one of them that's got hatred and hate between them. Lord, we just ask that you come in the midst of them right now. Lord, and break the confusion of the enemy. And we speak life right now in this body of Flint, right now in Ghost. And Lord, we call this strong man out of the body of each one of these individuals. And Lord, we just proclaim victory in the mighty name of Jesus. Lord, we're tired of the darkness. We're tired of everything. Lord, we just need you right now. Lord, this city needs God. Lord, this body has lost its fear of you. Lord, they profess to be something that they're not. So Lord, we just speak to you right now, Lord. And we say, come in amongst them, Lord. Separate the division between them and let them be examples for our children. Let them be examples for our home. And Lord, we just ask you right now, Lord, that each one that laughs and smiles and does what they do while these families out here are going day by day without food and bread. And Lord, they think it's funny, Lord, and they're just using us, Lord. Lord, we just call you on scene tonight, Lord. And we just ask you to claim victory through your people, Lord. Lord, this body that we carry around is a temple of the Holy Ghost. And Lord, we call you right now to Flint, Michigan. We say, come back to our home. We say, come back to our schools. We say, come back to our community. We say, come, Lord Jesus, come. Come, Lord Jesus, come. And I'm telling you right now, if you're not ready to serve the God that I serve and profess to be the Christian that you're called to be, get out of the way and let the men of God come back in that fears the Lord God Jehovah.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Tiffany Morris.
Jasmine, good looking.
Who's that? Jasmine.
Yeah.
With dreams.
Yeah, Jasmine
With streets.
with the $5 super chat. Thank you, Jazz.
Dale, I appreciate respect of you, respecting my husband and he, while he was praying by looking at him, I respect that. Michelle, on the other hand, I don't respect that. You call yourself, because you've done conferences with her. You have done conferences, I've seen them on Facebook. Call yourself a woman of God. Let me tell you something. A woman of God doesn't come in the chambers, act like she's some godly woman, act like you all perfect, and come and prancing around like you all that and box of chocolate. Let me tell you something. God is still reigning on this throne. You ain't got to respect me, but I promise you, homegirl, one day you're going to stand before the same God that I stand before, and you're going to answer for all the evil that you're doing behind this thing. Because it ain't that I don't like you. I don't like your spirit. Your spirit is evil. You are pure evil. That spirit inside of you is evil. And if you don't change, it's going to send you straight to hell. And I'm here to tell you right now, because there's a heaven and there's a hell. And you need to stop Liddell, because Liddell, I talked to other pastors and other people that's talked to her. And on the inside, she's a good person. And she means well. But you're running her straight to the dirt. So you need to be removed. And I'm going to keep praying, because I tell you, I have a closet that I go to. And I know the Father. And I know the Son that you speak about, that you so-called prayed about, that you said that by his stripes we're healed. You're right. By Jesus' stripes we're healed. His kids are healed by his stripes. Not the world. His kids are healed by his stripes. Get that right, girlfriend. And you can sit there and stare at me all you want, because guess what? I go to my closet and I pray and I pray and I pray that the Lord is going to remove you from that seat. He's going to put somebody godly in that seat. Trust me, he's been removing people from their seats. Don't think he had. Don't think they just fell over dead. No, God removed those people from those seats. And I guarantee you, if you don't stop what you're doing, God's going to remove you guys from your seats too. If the people won't do it and the public won't do it, guess what? God will. He's still on that throne, and he'll be on that throne until the end time. And guess what? He's still on that throne after that time. Now I'm telling y'all better wake up and you better smell the coffee. Stop professing to be something that you're not. Because when you come in these chambers, y'all are pure evil. This ain't nothing but a circus plane. This is a circus show. This is a free circus show that we ain't got to pay for. We get it free. All we need is our popcorn, our blankets, and all that. That's all we need up in here. Because ain't none of y'all worried about doing the business of the city other than passing the money for yourself. Stop passing the money for yourself. You got people sitting out here suffering, and we done gone to door still ain't got a cancer person. That's bullcrap.
Well, that's Candy. I didn't like this. She got
Jesus.
All right, yeah, we done. I'm done.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Well,
I don't give a fuck. I can
Good
handle
evening,
it.
council and the community. Over the weekend, I got some disturbing phone calls about my participation with my first ward councilman, Leon L. Alameen, and him servicing his residents. I find that very appalling for the calls that I did get, and some of the comments that were sent to me from people in the community that seem to have small minds, narrow minds, and closed minds. Now, I have never made it a secret that I support a person until I do not. And I don't have to stand before the public, nor get on a podcast or private platform to degrade anybody else. I don't have to do that. All I have to do is remove my support. And I have reasons to do so. As a woman and a black woman in the community, what I will not do is stand here and try to degrade another black person. I don't have to do that. I don't think we should do that. But I will speak to decorum and the lack thereof. I will criticize and critique unbecoming behavior of council people. I will do that. I have a right to as a resident. And I also have a right as a resident to participate in any recall that I feel is necessary to participate in, because that's a tool afforded to me as a resident. Now, I want to commend my councilman for a job well done. I do. I want to commend you for a job well done. And I look forward to working with you in the future if anything else that you would need me to do as a resident to help our residents. Let me make that clear. Now, I think that we need to do a little bit better in how we say we're for the residents. And really, some of us are not. And those of you, you know who you are. The same ones, and I want to give a salute to Terrence O'Sales, who had the forethought to come up with a mural for Mays. These same people did not contribute one dime. But you want to question my loyalty to Mays? I think you need to check yourself again, like I said before you wreck yourself. And let's be careful that when we're on these podcasts, that we don't use slander. Let's be careful of that. That we don't misrepresent what people say. Let's be careful of that as well. Because there are tools to address that as well. So let's be careful. And let's really try to work together where we can agree and get something done for the residents. And where we disagree, let's respectfully disagree and move on. Come on.
Next speaker. The next speaker is Rodney Thomas.
You been up in the front.
Okay, good evening, council. I ain't really no big fan coming up here and speaking in public. I really don't like that. But I feel I have to do something. Because, as I speak, my wife's sitting home right now suffering from cancer. And she got the Malona, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh.
I mean, but she coming back strong and we praying and she getting better. Her brother just died here in March from this shit. And it's just been so much going on. I don't like talking on in front of folks and all that. And the thing about it, because I get to cuss and I get upset. But I feel I had to come up here and say something. My auntie just died. It's just been a whole bunch of shit. And then on top of that, my damn dog died. I had that guy for 15 years, but I believe it had to do something with that water I was feeding because, I couldn't afford to just give bottled water on the goddamn time. But dig is here. I was in the house the other day, just the day from yesterday, and I asked my old lady, I said, baby, excuse my friends, did you just take a shit? She said, no, I ain't, So the water was coming from the damn drain. It's been like that since this water been fucked up. I used to entertain my family.
Please hold. Madam Clerk, please hold time.
So, sir, I'm gonna ask for you to refrain from using vulgarities, please.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed, sir.
Yeah, so I used to have nice little gatherings for my family, you know, when the holidays come. Ever since the water been messed up, I ain't been able to do that. You know, it ain't no fancy ass crib or nothing. It's just a little house on the north side. My mother had 50 years. And me and my wife decided to stay there and keep it. It's all right, it's enough for us. But the point is, we can't even gather no more because the basement get to cutting up so bad. Who gonna go down there and shit, man? Nobody wanna smell that. You know, so we just, you know what I'm saying? So it's to a point where I gotta say something, because when I was a little bitty guy, my grandmama fought in this community for poor folks. And see, I'm damn near 60 years old, and I like to dance, but the reason why I learned how to dance, because we so damn poor on Baker Street, across from Oak Park. We had so many damn roaches. You didn't get your clothes, you had to, you know, shake and move. You know, I become to learn how to dance and entertain, and that's what we did. We entertained, we danced when we gathered for families, and that meant something to us, man. We ain't no trying to be no big Willie type, you know what I'm saying? But just real talk, all the bullshit aside. This don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. If y'all love us, we should see some kind of daylight. You know, we taking all this mess, man. It is just ridiculous. So I figured I had to just come say something. God bless.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yeah, we do have children present in the audience today, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. And so again, I would like to encourage the body, if I did something, please feel free to bring it to our attention or to bring it to the respective residents of order. Next speaker, Madam Chair.
The next speaker is Jennifer Staton.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Staton. I'm the supervisor for Monday Township. I come before this board today for several different reasons. First of all, to explain to you that I just don't understand how elected officials do not show up. People are being paid to come here because they are elected officials and they are not here. That's a problem. Second off, after the first year, all of you can be recalled. So I would highly advise to you, you need to bury the hatchets, you need to get along, you need to work together, and you need to find a way to come together because the city of Flint needs you. Moving forward, my township is waiting on your decisions because you guys can't get it together. I bet you didn't even know that, did you? We've got a large-scale project scheduled to go into Monday Township. It's a $50 billion project. Until that happens, we're still waiting on you to come together. You were supposed to come together weeks ago to talk about putting in the battery plant over at the Buick City site. Has that happened? I don't believe so. Have you voted on it? Everything's passed. Good for you. How you did that without a quorum, I don't know. On another note, I'd like to bring to the attention, until your waterways are fixed completely from one end of your city to the other end of your city, Monday Township is on hold because we are not going to potentially put another water hazard into Genesee County until Flint City comes forward and cleans up their water. So I am going to highly advise somebody here, I don't know which one of you is going to get on the horn tomorrow, but you better get a hold of the governor, you better figure out what needs to happen. Because this is things that need to happen. This gentleman just sat here and told you how bad his water smells. I went out to a contamination site today that's contaminated by chemicals that leaked out of an air cooling system in a school.
She smelled them.
Now that's here in Genesee County. This is how Flint City water problems started. Because people sweep things under the carpet and they don't want to deal with it. So moving forward, I asked all my board members, transparency is key in our township now. Everything is above board and on the board, and we get our stuff done.
You see everybody. Who is that? What's up, LaRosa? Who is that? She from Monday Township, girl. She ain't about to stop nothing out there. Just nothing. Just nothing out there in Monday Township.
Hello, good to see you all again. My name is Moses Tidlin. I'm a resident in the 7th Ward. I love my community. I love raising my family here. Let me start by saying, because I'm not here to rebuke you guys, I believe you all, I truly do. I believe you all care about Flint. And I believe you all show that in your actions. I really want to ask, though, that with this being the last meeting of the year, please put the business of the city before any of the elections or any of the appointments for the 3rd Ward. This is all very critical, important business, and I believe you all can actually come to agree on many of these issues. I was very happy to hear, even for the last speaker, you have already addressed the right side. So I believe you can work together and get many things done, and I'm just here to ask, please continue to continue this spirit of collaboration. Thank you.
Next speaker.
The next speaker is Michelle McDonald.
All right, good evening, council people and Flint. What's up, y'all? All right, so my name is Michelle McDonald. I am the president of the Cypress Park Neighborhood Association. Thank you. And I usually don't get up here and speak either because I like to stay on the ground. I'm a worker, I'm a servant leader. However, I wanted to come up here and help y'all because some people be trying to play y'all intelligence, and I want to define the word stalemate. A stalemate is a situation where neither side can win or make progress, and no action can be taken. Progress means forward or onward movement toward the destination. Someone was congratulated with a stalemate award. I don't think that's a congratulations, because that halts the city's progress. Hence, everybody talking about it. With accepting that award, that's not acceptable. Why come to a public council with a personal goal? Is your entire agenda to halt the progress of the city? And yes, I'm talking to you, Tanya. Just make sure you know I'm sure. And if it is, why? Our world and Flint has been through enough. We've been through the Starborns, Oxley Act of 2002, the financial fiasco, look it up, shut up. Financial fiasco of 2008, the water crisis of 2014 to 16 and so on, the COVID-19 2022. And I'm here to say no to the stalemate queen of 2024 and her bandwagon of self-oppressors. 2025, we need soldiers who are servant leaders, who will not be intimidated, and will help to redirect those who oppose the people's valid agenda. The people need servant leaders who will help prepare them for better, not worse. Put things forth what is good for our children and their families. People's livelihoods are at stake, and jobs that this council can help bring to the city. Y'all know how many people I feed? How many cans of soup I put in these little food boxes? Okay? I can see that all of y'all got passion, and y'all all fighting. But what are we fighting for? Fight for the people? Or are we fighting for a check from our boyfriends in California? But the people also got to know that we got to go into 2025 speaking to ourselves and not just taking what we are given. Also to the people, education is literally at our fingertips and it's free. All this bum and backwards living and thinking has to stop. The past is for us to learn from and make progress from. We have so many resources and assistance at our fingertips and no one should be hurt. Anyway, y'all know what I'm trying to say. Look, and stop doing that with food. And you sat down.
Thank you, man.
Next speaker is Unruly.
I'd like to know whose name is on the bank account for Cyrus Park. You can change the presidency, but you can't change that. Yeah, hey, put her in order. Stop my time, put her in order. You gonna check that with her. That's your friend. That's your friend right there, see? You know what? You know what I'm talking about. You know, she's out of order, yelling and stuff. You didn't address that because y'all have favoritism. What hurts me the most? What hurts me the most is the fact that y'all bring people down here like Lisa, who came up here talking. Oh, let's get together, let's get along, let's do this, let's do that. But see, the main one that put out a recall. Be on Facebook divided. But then again, y'all gonna come up here and sing, hold hands and sing Kumbaya song. I ain't working with none of you snakes. None of y'all. I don't know what it was to snake. Julie, I told you, keep on bringing Republicans down here for your rhino. I'm gonna keep on bringing them down here. We're gonna get that GOP meeting. We're gonna get you kicked off that door. The main divider in the city of Flint is Mayor Sheldon Nickelbag Miller. He goes on the radio station with the chief. Want to play politics with the fire department. Y'all had safety equipment when you went in there to look for the two young boys, Lamar and Zaire Mitchell. But you gave an all clear, and Mayor Sheldon Nickelbag Miller said, I can't go after them because it's political season. That's political suicide. And then all of a sudden you want to come up here and talk about safety gear. You want to call the four people who's for other people, not for themselves, like Liddell Lewis, who gave herself $75,000 to Cyrus Park with the bank account. She is over. Y'all some of the most ignorant people I ever met in my life. I mean, seriously. And then y'all want to talk about the power. No, it's not y'all. It's for people fighting for other people, and it's for people fighting for themselves. So you can't say it like it's violent, because I'm fighting people who's trying to take away from the people. Quit coming me with that, can we all get along bull crap when we got a boss downstairs as a man? And I hope y'all know what that means. Peace or whatever. I'm not gonna cuss right now, but later on I will. Later on I will. Because you need to give them an opinion that I can use swear words because the Supreme Court they ruled that you can. Freedom of speech, man. It's subjective. You might see it as a cuss word, but they don't. I'm gonna say jackass. Jackass. You might think ass. Go ass. Go ass.
Thank you. Next speaker,
The final speaker for this meeting is Beverly Biggs Lee.
All right.
My name is Beverly Biggs Lee. I'm in the third ward. Liddell and you want the good form to be outside. If you had the audacity to have your sister recall time, both of y'all are ashamed of yourself. You were so mad when the judge gave time and she denied all four of them. All four. Judy was mad. Then Tiny took a picture of you and you were really upset. You guys are the crooked people I've ever seen in my life. You want people to be by your side, but you want to do wrong. Everybody ain't doing wrong. We are here for the people. We're not here for ourselves. The people are suffering. And you two don't even care. It means nothing to you. Judy, you mad at me because I brought you. But I have to tell you, you need to be thanking me, because you did pull them up. You need to be thanking me. I'm not trying to be evil, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm gonna speak what I feel. You guys are so crooked. And you other two that are hanging along the tail train, I just feel sorry for you. You don't have to do the people wrong. Do right by the people. Fix the water, put roofs on the houses. Like I say, when I talk about good things that we need to do for our residents, you don't hear me. But when I talk about bras and diapers, you want to be, shit, I don't want to sit like her. But the devil is real. You guys are real. You are the devil. And I hate to say it that way. But if I have to go back out here and start all over for the third war, baby, I will do it. Because we want to take our city back from you guys. You over the money. And you ain't even paid your $4,000 you owe him. Where is that money at? You over the money and you ain't take care of your own business. But you want to make sure we pay our water bill, our taxes, and you owe the city. You owe. Don't shake your head, but you still owe the city. Pay your bills, and then you can worry about somebody else's. Have a blessed day.
All right, Madam Clerk, just for clarification, that was the last public speaker?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you so much. So now it's time for public response. You don't want to respond to the public? I'm sorry, yes, council response.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Owen.
I'd just like to say thank you to the residents for coming to speak and voicing your concerns. Definitely appreciative and well taken, especially about handling the city business. I think that should always be our top priority, regardless of our differences and so forth. So I do thank you all for reiterating that. So thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. I want to begin by, I don't remember your name, Queen. We did pass that. We did pass it and we did have a forum. But I want people to understand also, I was just told by someone that the Monday Township with the water, I'll give you some information about that. We only get 2 minutes in regards to the system. In regards to Flint water being fixed, the state took it over. The state is completing it. We depleted funds, and so the state of Michigan is taking over finishing the service line and restoration. We do not know where they are at this point. We don't know. Secondly, why I'm going to speak for Tiny Burns was in the proceeding. I requested a legal opinion. This is the first time in Flint's history that the city council rules were not in alignment with the city charter. They were not. Rule 3.1 was changed and it became effective 4/24, which stated until a successor is elected. Prior, it was we are required by the city charter the second Tuesday of every November to elect new offices. I did not get the legal opinion until December 24th at 2:36 p.m. I can't tell you why our legal department took 3-4 weeks. I can't. Because if we are in violation of the Open Meetings Act, you can be fined up to $1,000 for each meeting you attend. So we need to make sure that we have transparency with that and some truth, and I want people to know. And that's what I put out there. That was my reason. The day that we received it, I asked the city attorney to put it on the record. He put it on the record, and we took care of business. And we're taking care of business. But I can't afford to pay for a violation. And the first time that this city charter and council rules have not been aligned. And I still don't believe it. And I have to seek outside counsel for myself.
Anyone else like to speak?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Schaaf.
Thank you. So I do want to thank everyone everyone that was in attendance tonight that did speak to us getting the agenda items completed. I do think that is important. I do want to note and reiterate what my colleague in the sixth board stated, was that we were able to get some key items passed at our last special council meeting. If everyone takes a look at the agenda tonight, I'm not sure if everyone had a chance to stop by the front door, but if you look at our agenda tonight, before we talk about leadership, before we talk about the third ward seats, there are more key agenda items that we're going to take care of, such as the fire equipment. That is on there. There are other items on here that have been a long time coming for us to be able to take care of. They are also on here, as well as some grants that we need to accept. So I want us to be clear that the business of the city, just like in the last meeting that we had, the business of the city is being put before any picks for leadership and put before anything with the third ward. We are sitting here committed tonight, the ones that you see before you, we're sitting here committed tonight to handle these key agenda items. And so I want everyone to know we are doing our best to get together what we need to get together. Everyone that says that this is taking too long is absolutely correct. I sit here as a committed council member wanting to handle the business of the city. And I do hear when people say different things about the city, what's not being done. I do want to remind everyone, roads have been being replaced in the seventh ward for months. Houses have been being painted. Infrastructure has been taken care of in the seventh ward. All of these things have been happening in the seventh ward for months. Blight has been addressed. Roads have been paved. And so I would be doing a huge disservice to the seventh ward and myself to act as though I have not been doing what I'm supposed to be doing in my capacity, along with being committed to handling the business of the city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Priest.
Yes, I want to thank all the residents who did speak. As one of the members who have attended every council meeting since the middle of October, I appreciate your comments. I want to talk to Jennifer Stanton from Mundy Township. The water source that you're talking about switching to is the Carigani Water Authority, and has nothing, although Flint owns that part of that system, it does not go through the Flint water treatment plant. It flows directly to Mundy Township. Okay, I just wanted to,
Excuse me, ma'am, or back and forth.
I just wanted to clear that up. Also, that NANBRAC did not have to come to, the battery plant did not have to come through city council, but we did have to approve the sale of Oak Park, a part of that park, to Ashley Capital in order for them to build the building required for NANBRAC to come to the city. And there'll be other things coming forward in regards to that project. But that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So seeing that there is no one else, I'll go ahead and I will take my time. So I just want to point out for the record, my colleague gave information. When we're talking about Council Rule 3.1, that was not changed in April of this year. That was changed February 24th, 2023, and it was voted on with the majority vote, including Mr. Pfeiffer, Ms. Michelle. Excuse me, Ms. Michelle was not here.
Request for information.
There's no request when you are done public speaking. What is your point? Please pause my time.
My point is, if you look on the packet, it states that it was adopted 2024, and it's in red in our package that was given by the city clerk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So again, that was an improper use of request for information according to council rules. Request for information when you are inquiring about something that is going to lead to your next vote. Because that was not leading to your next vote, that's improper use. Ms. Burns, or
I want to let you know I did a point of order, not a request for information. You did not honor request for information. I did a point of order as to the rule that was adopted.
So again, you may not interrupt with a privileged motion unless it is contingent on the next vote. So as we move forward and as you give back my time, please, I want to stop and let you give back. Give me 10 more seconds.
Wow.
Thank you. So I just want to be clear about the changing of the rule. And so, if it's any other date that states 2024, we definitely need to change that for the record. Next, I would like to congratulate our colleague, Ms. Barnes, for receiving the Stalemate Strategy Award from the Lindsay Law Firm. It's definitely, I guess,
This is not something
holding the city hostage. And so that was awarded last weekend in Philadelphia. And so I hear the residents, when we speak on, doing the vision of the city, strategizing stalemate, which is the stagnation of business, which is halting the progression of the city. That's definitely not the best answer. But however, they were applauded for that, and so here we are. Also, I would like to comment on Mr. Woodson. We can't talk about individuals following recall. Mr. Woodson just filed 6 on me. So that's coming from a man. That has a track record of harassment and threatening individuals. Yes, Mr. Woodson threatened to do physical harm to me as a woman, as an elected official. Just want to be clear. So as we move on, we are currently on the consent agenda. So what is the pleasure of the body? Go ahead.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Oh, okay. So there's a motion to pass the consent agenda, any separation, any support? Supported by the President. Madam Chair. Ms. Burns.
Separate, I'd like to separate, 2.045,
Did you say 4570?
Yes, 2405570. I apologize. 240457.
Oh, hold on. 570. Okay, go ahead.
240550. 240549.
I'm laughing at you.
240449. No, I don't want that. We did that. I apologize for that. Scratch that. 240. No, I need that. And then I would like to separate all the appointments. That would be 240522, 240523, 240575, 240576.
All right, any more separations? Go ahead.
Separated 2405. 240495. 240503.
You said 574?
Don't worry about it.
All right, any more separations? Okay, seeing none, the consent agenda. Seeing that we have none. Yes, we are going to pass the consent agenda 240457. 457, something? Thank you for that correction. So, 240449, 240572, 240573, 240484, and that's all. So that is the percentage. So roll call. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Repeat that again, please, real fast.
Okay, sure. Resolution 240484, 240573, 240572, 240449, and that's all. All right. Roll call, Madam Clerk, for the passage of the consent agenda.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Mr. Vice President. Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Holloman.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. Consent agenda passes. So now we're on to the first resolution, 240452, with the pleasure of writing. Madam President.
Support.
All right, so it's been,
Madam Chair. You two Chief Wiggins, could you, get this one out, I'll start talking. That 5 minutes goes pretty quick. So the equipment that in the deputy chief, I get chief for one. Chief Wiggins isn't coming, that's his is. Yeah, I would like Chief Wiggins. You're the deputy, right? You can both come. So if you were talking, you had stated that there was equipment that was outdated. What all equipment was outdated? So, tanks?
Cascade systems with charge, tanks.
So the cascade system, what else? Generator, which I heard from Mayor Sheldon Neely's show, when he called us terrorists. I heard him say he needed the generator in case he needed to raise the garage. Or make the power was out in the building. Is that correct? So I just want to say this. So, is there anything else? I have 3 items. Good evening. I've got 3 items that need to be replaced that were crucial that on the press conference when we were called terrorists by the mayor, and that is if council members do not care. One thing I feel very firmly about is that all.
Are you asking me a question?
I'm asking you a question.
All I can speak on is firefighter.
And that's what I'm talking about. It was made at the fire station.
Okay, what is your question?
I'm gonna take it.
Oh.
Please pause the time. Madam Clerk, thank you, or else stop y'all now. Go ahead, restart the time.
So one thing I can say is I believe that we are a council of 8. I believe that every single person would approve if you ever need any crucial equipment. I don't even have to doubt that. And that is the question, because I don't like putting council against the firefighters. That should never happen.
Are you asking me a question?
Damn.
That's what I'm asking. Are you asking me a question?
I have the floor, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So when I'm done, I'll let you know.
Okay.
So according, because you are the chief, and you were the chief, how long have you been here, Chief?
He sat down.
Oh, you're not sure. Okay, so you're retired from this department. Well, let me tell you, since you're not sure what the city charter states, if you need equipment, you didn't call us. We didn't miss meetings because there was no reason. It was clearly because we requested legal opinion that had not been given. But I want you to know, if you ever need anything, on page 28, section 3-208 states regular department reports. That upon city council's request, the mayor shall require department heads to appear before and report to the city council on a quarterly basis. You didn't report to us on a quarterly basis. This is on him. We don't want them going in without tanks that have the much needed air or equipment that's going to fail. You didn't tell us this, but you did in the press conference. We were called terrorists. That was just inappropriate. It was inappropriate because this is truly city business. And so quarterly, you had came in and you're supposed to give us progress on the department's budget, progress on the performance goals, set department budgets, and to answer questions from the city council. You haven't done this. You went straight to the press to demonize us. That wasn't fair to this council. Absolutely, if you had to come before and say, hey, the tanks are out, the cascade system, the generator, we would make sure you had that. Every single council member. We have been called obstructionists, terrorists. If you want to say, and I get that people come here and say, we want to bring the council together, then you have to stop using divisive words, divisive tactics, and divisive press conferences. Using the press to divide this council is not going to help. Not ever would I have said, if you had had your secretary send an email, hey, this is important. I have all these things failing, but I would have denied it. But just in case, if you don't know, page 20 of the chart states what you're supposed to do. You're season chief, not once but twice. You came back to our council meeting, to the city to work. As we appreciate you, but if we respect you, please give us that same respect. That was not given. That press conference was horrendous, and it was embarrassing, and it further divided this council. Now, you have these items on here, and of course, we have fixed everything else with the legal opinion. They will more likely be paid.
Ma'am, that's it. Next week. Anyone else? No one else in the first round? Go ahead.
Chief Wiggins. So normally we get the bids from the contractors that bid this. Do you know why we don't have a copy of the bid? Were these publicly bid? How were these vendors selected?
We went through the normal process of the purchasing. First of all, the self-contained breathing apparatus, those are sole source people. Sole source meaning that they're the only one.
So do we know
they're the only one in the area that sells. I'm sorry.
How much are we spending on the SCBA's?
$261,000.
Because I don't have a dollar amount for $261,000. How much are we spending on the air compressor systems?
Air compressors, I believe, is around $161,000. I don't have my notes right now, but I can get that to you first thing in the morning.
So you don't have to call the privilege tonight, sir. So I'd like to know, and I'd like to see a copy of the vendors.
I can get that information for you in about 5 minutes. I'll call my secretary.
Can you get that email?
Sure.
Yeah, that would be.
And then I'll come back.
Yeah, I'll be on for the rest of my first round until I get that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chief Wiggins, thank you for joining us tonight. I do recognize the fact that this was set before the council in October.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that we're pressing time now, right? This is December, and that was back in October, and you recently informed that maybe some of the equipment you're not allowed to use, which prohibits work with firefighters from going into fires because of the equipment not being up to date, which only makes sense because one, they would already be in the middle of attempting to save a life and now they're putting their own lives at risk if they have faulty equipment. Can you please explain again some of the stuff that you stated at the press conference? Because while I understand what my colleague in the sixth ward was saying, and what the statements that she was upset about, but I know you did not make those statements. Can you reiterate what you said in the press conference for why this is important and we need to make sure that this is done tonight? Something that's been on our agenda since October.
Absolutely, and it was on the agenda in October, and all of those prices for those 3 agenda items were on the council, and we're going to get them for council person. What I did say in the meeting that we are over our expiration dates for our self-contained breathing apparatus. Those are the tanks that the firemen don and face pieces when they go into a fire. All of our equipment, most of it, has an expiration date on it. So many years you can't use them. And in this case, they can't even repair them. And it's against the MyOcean. It's against the National Fire Protection Agency. And that's why we requested those items be replaced as soon as possible. The second part of that is our cascade system. The cascade system is the system that we refill the tanks. After we go into a fire and those tanks are exhausted, we have to have a cascade system in order to fill the tanks back so the guys can go into the fire again. Our cascade system is 25 years old, and as many times that we try to repair these systems, now the manufacturers tell us don't call them again because it's irreplaceable. They don't even make the parts anymore. So it's something that we have to do. We have a fire, and the last one that goes out, the cascade system, if it goes out and breaches, then we have to go to Burton, Grand Blanc, and ask if they can fill the tanks for our firefighters. This is unheard of. I'm not a politician, and I don't come here to politic, but I am the fire chief, and the citizens are always on my mind, and also the firefighters that have to go into these fires. Unfortunately, we lost a resident of the city just Saturday night, and those guys were in the fire with all of those tanks with them that we need to change. I'm not here to politics. I'm not here to vote. I am the fire chief, and this is what I'm asking for. And if you respect me as the fire chief, you'll give me what I need to serve your constituents.
Thank you, Chief. I think what has happened, unfortunately, I'm just hoping that the 8 of us can get back on track tonight and focus on the important part of this agenda item, and that is getting the necessary equipment to the firefighters so that they are able to go in safely and rescue residents or put out fires so that they're able to do their job safely. And so I think that's one thing that all 8 of us can agree on, is that when the firefighters get a call, the fire department is dispatched, and they go, we want them to be able to go into homes. We want the residents and the firefighter to come out safely. So we do thank you, Chief, for the work that you are doing. We thank you for coming back to our city after you're retired to continue work. We thank you for the work that you are doing. We thank all the firefighters for the work that's being done. And we want to make sure that they get this crucial equipment so that they can continue helping the residents in their crucial times of need. So thank y'all. You're the rest of my time in the first round.
If I can answer, Councilman Fire.
Go ahead and answer.
Councilman Pfeiffer asked for the prices for the equipment that I'm requesting. The SCBA's, that's self-containing breathing apparatus, is $261,878. For the cascade system to refill the tanks, $162,112. We're also asking for emergency generators. The emergency generators for each fire station cumulative is $133,135.91. The generators is because of the crazy weather that we have and consumers cutting the power. Our fire trucks cannot get out of the fire station. And if they can't get out of the fire station, then we can't do our job. That's why we're gonna have emergency generators. The doors are too heavy within the lift, and it takes us about a half an hour to get out of the fire station. With an emergency generator, because we have ambulances now, they will be able to keep charging the ambulances, the defibrillators, and our communication system. That's why we need emergency generators. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so you in the first round? Seeing there's no one else in the first. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Was this amount in part of the original budget for the 25 fiscal year?
No, sir.
No, sir? Okay. When you all prepare your budgets, typically.
Yes, sir.
You look ahead, I would assume, at things such as this. Where otherwise, next year after next, we're going to have our fund. How is that funded?
Thank you for your question. To answer your question, the emergency generators came about because they couldn't get out of the station. And in my mind, I have to figure out a way to get them out of the station.
Okay.
So that's why I went to emergency generators. The Cascade system, as I stated, was 25 years old. One of them was working, one of them wasn't working. Now we only have one, and it's barely working. So my decision is not to put any more money into them, but to buy 2 new ones. Far as hindsight is 2020, there's so many emergency equipment that we use. We try to deal with the expiration of them. And when we buy SCBA's, they're so expensive that we only buy so many. We bought 8 of those units this year that we could afford. And when it came availability that we could replace the whole number of them, then that's why we're here tonight.
So this 261,000, that's going to replace every one of them in the system?
That will replace 26. And what we devised to do, every fire truck has a seat. And wherever there's a seat at, there's a firefighter. So we counted all the seats to make sure everybody have an up-to-date system. Now, the National Fire Protection Agency just outlawed many of the SCBA's that we have, and we have no control of that.
Right.
So when they outlaw, it's our job to replace them any way we can. So we were able to afford in our budget 8 of them.
Originally, but this isn't for just 8. This is for the
26 additional.
Okay, so 26 additional to the 8. And I guess my question is, this 26 that you are acquiring with these approved funds, is that going to provide the number needed for the entire unit?
Yes.
Okay. So with those that you have now, was it more a matter of they had reached their expiration date in fact, or that the governing body said they were no longer able to be used?
In recent years and administrations of the fire department, they buy them sporadically, 3 or 4 here.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to do the same, but the expiration dates and the promulgated laws, National Fire Protection Agency and MyOcean kind of caught up with us, and we tried to repair the ones that they have now, and the manufacturers say we will not repair or stand behind it. So sometimes we have no choice.
Right, okay.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Chief, thank you for coming and sharing that information, knowing the importance of the equipment to help you guys do the job that you guys do. My only two questions is kind of backing off of what colleague had mentioned as far as the budget. Moving forward, after we know how things is about to be done here, is this something that's going to be put into budgets moving forward? And also, when you think about ongoing maintenance, once you guys start using this equipment and so forth, it's going to require maintenance and so forth. So I think it's important we have this allocated, some kind of funds in the budget. Is that something that's already being talked about, or is moving forward 2025 and so forth?
Fortunately, the ones that we're buying today have a 10-year expiration date on it. So with that said, 10 years down the road, I would think 5 years down the road, we would try to buy some more. But who knows when the safety committees see something that they don't like and want to make it better, and they make it law, we have no choice.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
All right, so saying that there's no one else, I'm going to take my time. I would like to just thank you as well as to the deputy chief for coming back and serving. I definitely respect your title and position and also your leadership. And I'm seeing firsthand what the firefighters do. I know that how imperative it is to have this equipment. And so when you spoke to a lot of key things, you can't put anything in the budget if you don't know that it's outdated. Because they put that mandate saying that it's no longer up to par, then you immediately jump into action to make sure that you are getting rid of antiquated equipment so you can be in tandem with what's current in the market. So that's very important. It's important to do that, like you stated, and I just want to just repeat it for the record. It's important not only for the public safety hero that's risking their life to go into this fire or the scene, but it's also important, because if the rescuer is not protected, it's hard for them to perform the rescue. So we want to make sure that we keep not only the residents first, because they are the residents, they are who we are committed to serve. We want to make sure that we are keeping our employees safe, because who would like to work for a firefighter or any municipality that is not focused on maintaining safety, maintaining a safe working environment, maintaining safe equipment. So I'd like to thank you, the deputy chief, for standing up and filling that gap to make sure that the residents have it. Now, I do understand that on October 9th, you passed this out of finance to go to council, and this was supposed to be handled at the October 14th meeting. So this has been on our agenda for well over 2 months, and we had well over 2 months to ask you all of these questions. So I don't have any questions for you. I just wanted to definitely commend you and tell you thanks again. And also thanks for those great improvements that you have made to the fire station, knowing that our firefighters stay there for 24 hours. You are basically making sure that your people have what they need. You did it when you were here the first time, you came back and you're doing it now. So thank you, and thank you, Debbie. And we will go into the second round. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Just have a real quick thing. During the press conference, Chief, through you, when the firefighter put the apparatus, put all this gear on, an alarm was going off. What was that alarm for? Do you remember? And you kept adjusting at the back.
Yes. Those are alarms when the firefighter dons his gear and goes into the fire. If he stopped moving, then the alarms go off.
Okay.
And so we know our colleague is stopped moving, and we gotta go see if he's okay.
Okay, that's good to know that that happens, and that's part of the apparatus, or is it part of all of this turnout here?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Go ahead, Ms. Barry.
Thank you. So
agree. Respect goes both ways. So with it being 25 years, what is the normal time with the state of Michigan that will require, or your department is required to make sure your equipment is updated?
You mentioned 25 years. What is that associated with?
The 25 years came, you said that 25, your cascade system is 25 years old.
Yeah, there's no,
What's the life expectancy of the cascade system?
I'm not sure to answer that right now.
Okay.
I know it is, our technician says 25 years old, but it still worked. And basically what a cascade system is it develops the oxygen, the 16% oxygen into the tank. So when one of them broke, normally we just fix it. But when it came to the point where the engineers say, it's time to get rid of it. And there's no more equipment that we can put on this, it's time to.
Yeah, because they don't make parts after so long, because that is a very old system. It was probably outdated, that was probably here when you were originally here. It was 25 years old, so that was a pretty old system. Councilman Pfeiffer requested an email. Did the deputy chief send us the email?
What email?
I think he was going to get the prices and the breakdown and.
He did get them, and I just pronounced it.
I'm sorry.
He did get them. He did get them, and I just pronounced the SCBA, the Cascade, and the generators. He got the information from my secretary.
Okay, is it possible we can get that email to us, please?
She's not at work right now. I'll have to call her back and pay her overtime.
Okay, because it wasn't in our packet. So I know that was one of the questions. Because I will say that my colleagues look at the data they read, and I appreciate the fact that they take the time to read, to have conversation and dialogue so that it lines up.
Originally it was in the October 9th.
In October, we were here, so when people say the questions, we didn't have any problems till that second week in November, just so we're clear. We were here, and I know. So how many generators are you getting?
We're getting 4 generators because the main station has its own generator because of the old 911 system was there. But the other stations do not have any way of power.
Okay, so it's 5 stations that are operable. Are you still browning out stations?
We ground out 1. Since we brought in an ambulance, now we're running 2 ambulances 24 hours a day. And yes, we ground out station 3 and the other 4 stations.
That's my time, thank you, Chief.
I can finish.
You can, but, let's see, anyone else like to speak on the second one? Go ahead, Mr. Carter.
So we ground out station 3. That's M.L. King and Welch Street. And the other stations jump into that territory. But since you all have allowed, and the city allowed us to hire more people for the last couple of days, that station has been open as well. I love every one of you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Anyone in the second round? Mr. Pfeiffer, you speaking, right?
So, Chief Wiggins, that information was not given to us around the 9th of October, so.
I apologize.
So, is there a way possible that we can get a physical copy of these quotes?
You'll have it in the morning. You'll have it in the morning by 9 o'clock.
How much are we spending, did you give me the information on the self-contained and the cascade? What about the large ball valves and the water? How's that looking?
Well, we're not, at this time, we're not purchasing it right now because it's not a dire emergency. Only those 3 items that we,
So can we amend this amount that you're asking for?
No, I don't know about amending anything.
Well, because you gave us an amount that's just over 500,000, you're asking for 700,000.
Yes. Yes, it probably would have to be amended because, we wanted to get the things that are dire emergencies. And if we had to wait on the water rescue equipment,
So
or we will.
are you not also buying a pickup truck?
We wanted to buy that pickup truck, but, we wanted to get things that are emergency. The pickup truck is to carry the emergency water rescue equipment. So, the things that are dire need right now is the firefighter's safety, and that's what I chose to bring.
Well, maybe there's some miscommunication on what you chose to bring, because all of that stuff is before us. So do you not get a pickup truck now?
Well, if that is the case, then I want it all.
Well, then that's fine. What is the dollar value that you're spending on the large ball valves and the water pumps? Where's the quotes on those?
I'll have it to you in the morning. First thing in the morning, all of it.
So you don't know the breakdown of the cost value of those?
The cost value for the water safety equipment, I believe that was around, at 68 years old, I don't want to guess on anything. So I will give that to you first thing in the morning.
When did the first cascade system break down?
Oh, they break down a lot, so I can't give you when it first.
So when did we only have one working? Do you have that?
Yes, it stopped working probably midsummer. Midsummer, it stopped working.
All right, Chief, we're gonna
And
pause
the
right there.
manufacturer told us they could not repair it again, so I wouldn't put any more money into it.
Thank you, Chief. Anyone else? It is the second round. All right, so, I will go ahead and I'll let you finish. Anything else on that?
Love everybody.
All right, no. All right, so, with that being said, we're looking at resolution 240452, our funds for fire safety equipment. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Yes, 0 no.
The vote is being on no, that resolution passes. Next, we have resolution 240570. Go ahead, please. Any discussion in the I'm sorry. All right, so, any discussion in the first round?
Yes. Which one, I didn't hear.
We are on resolution 240570, right?
Yes, you two, yes. To Blair, I believe that's you. I know you had stated that you had had some issues, with receiving some of the equipment that was, requested. Can you tell me, is this still available? And how are you? I'm doing all right. Good. You guys are too. These 10 vehicles we have in our possession. Okay. These vehicles have to be updated to make them a police package. That's what is held. Okay, so this is to make sure that they have computers, sirens, all the equipment that is there on the road, that's unit that they can do their job. Yes. Okay. 3 pages of equipment. Okay. And so these are these new vehicles? These are brand new, the 10 brand new ones that came in so far. Yeah. When did we get these brand new 10? These came in. They came
Right, okay. They came, they triggered. So, right. Okay, so now they have to be outfitted. I know there was a problem before with the outfitter because the person who didn't pass away. Who's outfitting them now? Arrowhead, and there's time, because some of them closers, the windshields are taped, duct tape. The engine lights are on. I mean, they rattle. And so, I get the type of abuse that they have, and then I don't think the same officer has the same truck. And people drive differently. Everybody don't drive, so they're not their vehicles. And so, we do look at the women officers who like with the same vehicle, because they pretty much are trying to care about the vehicles. No offense to the men back there, but they like their own, the same vehicle. And so these are set to be outfitted and sent out as soon as you get, they're already there. Oh, they already have it. Oh, Arrowhead already has possession of it. Oh, they have, so this is just, they've already started, this is payment. I need to pay them. Okay, so this is behind the gun, so they're there, they're outfitted, and you did wait for council approval, now it's just the pay for it. Yes. Okay, don't ever say that again. Because it's supposed to wait for council approval. But, I have seen some of these, and one was really bad, to a shooting that showed up on Sloan Street, and there was a female officer who was driving, and some of the mileage on them, and this is the vehicle, they are in poor condition. And one of the issues that a lot of officers will state is that in other municipalities, they have much nicer vehicles. They turn over a lot quicker. They don't have to go to as many calls. When I wanted to say that I put such calls in one night. And so our officers do a lot more in those cruisers. And what they call, I still call them cruisers. They still call cruisers, SSVs. Okay. And so the wear and tear. And so, what is the average wear and tear time of the vehicle? Because you are now over the fleet, not air, it's called air and fleet out. But you're literally, I guess you can say, lifespan, 3 to 5 years, and that's about it. And then do you have a mechanic? I think one of the mechanics that you have someone who's repairing, you send them out? No, we do in-house and outsource. How many mechanics in this county? So, I just, that's important to me, because many police calls we have is that our officers are safe and that they are, in a vehicle that, they don't have to have to close. So, that's all I'm about, but now we just need to get it paid. Next time I'll say that, just put it to. All right, I'm done now, Chief.
All right, anyone else would like to speak? Go ahead,
Ms. Blair, thank you for sharing. Where's the quote from Fairway? No, we don't have it. Usually we get everything. I'd like to see the quote. This updated cost will actually give you the approval for, you can, if you have a, I'll make the exact answers. When we purchased these vehicles, what came out if they updated charge? That was kind of, we don't have these trickle down costs. We can just see, okay, we're gonna buy a vehicle, this is the cost of the vehicle, this is how much it's gonna cost to put flint on the side of it and the lights of the top. Do you have to keep doing this where we buy a vehicle and 6 months later we see the bill for update?
It's different for the police cars. The graphics, I did have, Graphics don't change. The vehicle packaging as to what I was able to order did change. Some of them came with like kiosks, a couple came with 2 spotlights. One came with 1 spotlight, but only on passenger side. One vehicle came and it had. It's just.
That's coming
From the fact.
from the fact that it is a spotlight. And it's a spotlight that is up to spec with what you would ask for.
Oh,
And we're putting in saying that the spotlight on the other side.
yes, yes. This should come to us before. That's the process that is part of the purchase bid. So this, after the fact stuff should happen. So if you want to change the ordinance for purchasing, that's one thing, but you can't bypass it with The boilerplate language of the grant stated that this was part of his purchase and updated.
part of our, no matter what we did, we still have to go through the East Cross $5,000 certificate. You're already gave permission to spend $178,000 without council approval. That is unfortunately against the purchase. So what are these cars?
They're still possible. They're not.
So are these times sensitive? These are the cars that are on order.
They are all spoken for. Most of them are done. Most of them will replace the vehicle at this time.
No, I know that, but there's still 60 days out of this time sensitive.
They are trying to pay the payment of the invoice or the vehicles to the road.
Yes, this is approval of this time.
Yes.
So why is it time sensitive? Still 60 days when you finish.
No, the invoices, two of those invoices, 2 of the vehicles at this point are included. Those invoices are as.
Because here's my issue, is these did not go through committee. This is the first time we're seeing these today, and it's an emergency, but we've had these invoices since October.
Yes.
So why weren't they brought before council? These were not.
These were all written up. I have bills and everything being done.
I'm just saying that the resolution that we got is dated
Petty
today.
face with the super,
And that's the first time we've seen.
with the sticker. Good looking in the super chat. Appreciate it.
Some are dated in September, some are dated in October, some are dated in November. So why is today the first time? And that seems dire that we have to do this when, one, we didn't get approval to spend these dollars. So why is it utmost importance that this gets passed today where there's no time to review any of this?
Then we're not going to pay attention.
All right. Anyone else in the second round? In the first round? All right, anyone else in the first round? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Because I do understand what my colleague is saying, for as far as there is a process for how things go. But I do also want to be clear that we began having breakdowns in our process in October. And so while one thing doesn't excuse the other, one thing also doesn't excuse the other. Meaning you try to go through the proper channels back in October to get this done. And so I think that, go ahead, yes, sir. I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. So, what are your requests?
This was on our agenda in October, correct? Yeah, no, this is October 9th? Your staff did a review October 9th? Madam Clerk, When,
through the chair. to the clerk.
absolutely through you, Madam Chair, to Madam Clerk, thank you very much, Madam Chair. When was this, originally on is this our first time seeing this resolution, or was this given to us in October?
This is a new resolution for today's agenda.
For today's agenda. So was there anything similar to this or an old resolution? Has this come before us in another form in October?
I believe that well, without checking, I do believe that the vehicles themselves came for you, but the
Okay.
outfitting is new.
Okay, I got you. So, Councilman Piper, that answers the question that the request did come before us in October. The clerk just said.
Mr. Mitchell.
So you, I guess what I'm hearing is you did try to acquire vehicles in October. Am I correct in hearing that, Madam Clerk?
That I can't speak to without.
No, okay, what was given to us in October?
No, I believe what she's saying is this process for the upfitting was started in October. If you look at, the attachments, this whole process, I think she said that this is what I've seen for her since October.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have to search, I know that we recently did do,
Okay.
the new police vehicles. But I have to look and see exactly.
All right, thank you. So was anything brought before the council in October regarding any of this?
I have to go through all the dates, everything in here for me.
Mhm. Okay.
The original.
Please hold for 1 second. What is your request for information? What question?
That I never saw this resolution before today.
I'm rejecting that. I'm
And I
rejecting
didn't
that.
finance resolutions.
I'm rejecting that one, Judith. Okay, thank you. Okay. So then I guess we circle back to, the fact that there are proper channels in which this should have been done. And I do appreciate your acknowledgement of you knowing that after my colleague pointed that out. And I'm sure going forward, we won't have this issue anymore. But the reason that it is time sensitive today is because 2 vehicles are complete and we have to pay the invoice, if I'm understanding that part correct. All right, so, only because, I also had an opportunity to speak with you, the same way I had an opportunity to speak with the fire chief, so I do realize how pressing this is. I will support this today because it has to be taken care of. I would urge you in the future though, to ensure that it does go through the proper channels first. And then, after that, if it's on council for us not doing our part, then that is on us for us not doing our part, but I would encourage you to go through it the correct way. But again, I will, because this is time sensitive, and the vehicles are already complete, at least 2 of them, we will need to take care of this invoice, so I will support this today. Thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? Seeing none, anyone else in the second round? All right, we're going to go ahead and call for the vote for resolution 240570. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Almy? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no. That resolution passes. And now we're on to resolution 240552. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. All right, motion to approve. Any support? Support. Support by Councilman First Ward. Any discussion? Any discussion in the second round? Go ahead.
Who would be? Good evening. So, is there an agenda prior to tonight that this resolution going on? Because I didn't see that either. Okay, because I'm signing on the okay.
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out, this was in finance. This one was, it was in the previous finance committee. So this is one that's on finance.
It's on finance for tonight, or it was in a previous finance?
I think it was on the last finance, this is the fourth, and now on this one.
Before this week, so last week?
Correct.
And it got voted out of finance?
No,
Or no?
it's still on finance, but it was pulled for the special.
So you pulled it out to put it on this agenda?
It was requested to be put on the special meetings agenda,
Okay.
but it's still, it's on the finance committee agenda.
So you didn't yourself bypass the finance committee?
No, those special meetings can be called for whatever purpose, and it was requested to be put on the special meeting.
So someone bypassed potentially the finance committee?
I guess we could put it that way, yes.
Okay. Thank you. So tell us a little bit about this project, please.
All right, so we got two projects actually going around with this. One's the river crossing. That one actually is a 16-inch water main. We have a water main break with the river. So we get that replaced to the bottom of the river.
And when do we have that break? Okay. Quite a while.
It's done in the works for a while. It's done. So this is where we're at now.
So it's been quite a while, and the quotes for the repair were provided just recently, or they've been a while as well?
No, these are quotes from this, within the last few months.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off, go ahead.
Yeah, so so the Flint River crossing, that's the one that we have the water main break from. So that's what we're looking at, that's the water main replaced. We can't do repairs, it gets into too much environmental, if we're able to do that. So the process is going to be actually pouring under the river from one side of the river to the other. Pouring the river without any creating any issues in the river. We've already got the permits and everything through Eagle, everything's ready to go.
And that work does not depend on the season, we can do that, so it can start next week.
Yes, yeah, they're ready to go. Everything's in place. And then we go.
I would just add, or keep it in mind.
Mr. Edwards, at this time. Go ahead,
Paul, did you say that there's a break in the middle of the river?
Yes.
And how many gallons a day are we losing?
We have a throttle down, it's barely pushing, just keep this a little bit of pressure on it so that we don't take anything into the.
How is that break discovered?
Actually, one of the guys was setting up the light, at a red light, just happened to be looking over into the river, seeing it boiling.
So we don't know when.
Yes, but we got it isolated, as soon as we found it, we isolated it, throttled it down, so we turned it off to keep it isolated. So that, with this, it kind of creates a dead end as well, because we got our valves throttled down.
So we got just enough pressure so it doesn't backflow?
Yes. Positive pressure, you call it.
Do we have an estimate of how many gallons a day we're losing?
It's very low, it's minimal.
Minimum as in 1,000, 10,000?
Less than 1,000. So a lot of times what happens on a break, usually a break circular. Yes, and that's what happened.
Have we sent out so, how do we know that there's no potential for contamination on this bridge?
As long as there's pressure on that, you won't take anything in, so it's positive pressure. So you still have
Is that a statement from the EPA or people?
that's just from experience. Anytime you got, unless that was totally shut down, you wouldn't, that's the only time you take anything in. When it's totally shut down and it's isolated anyway, it's nothing to it. So we have valves on each side of the river, so we actually have four valve shutdown to keep that isolated.
How deep will the river is?
I'm not sure.
Do we have any gauge on how old it is?
That area is probably close to 100 years.
So do we have other, crossings that are 100 years old?
Oh, yes.
And, have we done a look-see to see if any of those are open? That's a hard no.
No, we haven't.
So, who's paying for the water? What's the cost of replacing the water? Because the pipe itself, because we haven't seen that. This is just the engineering.
All right. Anyone else? Oh, there was a second one. All right, seeing if there's no one else in the second round, we're going ahead and call for the vote for resolution 240552. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Long? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey?
Yes.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 8 yes, 0 no, so that resolution passes. Now we're on to resolution 240495. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley. Motion to approve. Any support? Supported by the Councilman, the first ward. Any discussion in the first round?
Madam Chair, is there anyone here to speak on this resolution? Ms. Duncan,
All right, go ahead.
Mr. McGowan, can you explain the cost, please?
Yeah, NDOT's redoing their 475, and they're redoing a lot of their bridges. And they would like to make Second Street Bridge into a pedestrian and a bike-friendly bridge to keep all the vehicles off of it. And also have a bike path and pedestrian path on it, should that. It's just an agreement between us and them.
So, do we have potential, we have a map or something, what they're gonna do?
No, we don't have a map of Second Street. There was 3 or 4 conceptions that they showed us, we haven't been going yet, but there's different things they can have out there, like benches, places where people can sit, they can ride, and they can cross 475 ways. Supposed to make a little pedestrian friendly.
So, This is for us to support that submission, but we don't have to define what it means. So what are we supporting?
We don't have a final determination of what it's gonna look like.
So what are we?
This is just supporting the maintenance of it.
So this says that it is resolved that the city of Flint authorizes support for PennDOT's TAP grant application, the Second Street pedestrian bridge, and pedestrian path across Chavez, designated Rabiaha to represent and coordinate PennDOT's grant award, which commits to managing snow and debris removal in collaboration with EPA projects. I guess I'm confused on why they don't have a final, so we're just saying that we're gonna remove snow and debris, so till the end of the time, I'm imagining, right?
Yeah, we're gonna maintain the area. It will not be a street anymore. So,
So doesn't the DDA already maintain sidewalks and walking paths, so why is this coming for us for the city?
because the city owns
Well, I'm saying, you know, the sidewalks downtown, so that makes it by the DDA.
it. Yes, that's why it was brought to our attention that the DDA should probably be involved in that also.
It should be involved
In the Second Street Bridge, maintain it.
But this right here is putting all the onus on us and not DDA. So
Well, it's supposed to be shared.
Well, it does say collaboration, so have you met with the DDA, how this will be divided?
I have not spoke with them, but the mayor does sit on the DDA board, and I think he has spoken.
So what's that agreement?
I don't have an agreement.
So if it's a collaboration, we're agreeing to the collaboration, and the DDA is going to be involved, because they know, that it could be, the DDA is going to be responsible for one trash can, and we're responsible for the rest of it.
Yeah, the details have not been worked out yet, but we will make sure that area is maintained and kept up between the city and the DDA.
So once again, we don't know what it's going to look like, so we don't have to sign up for this. You know that it's going to be a walking path, and trash, or you don't know what's beyond that? And the repaving or the maintenance of that walking path, is that right, that would be an entire, will be transferred.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So there's going to be a sidewalk or a walking path or whatever else.
Along Chavez.
That is going to be maintained by PennDOT, or the 4.5, or that's going to be partial.
That's gonna be between us and the DDA.
All right.
Yes, if everyone's to check their email, there is a letter here that we just received from Emily. Includes Joel, and it's a letter from the DDA. And in that letter, it says, we are writing today to confirm that the Flint Downtown Development Authority will ensure basic maintenance on newly created multi-use paths running along Chavez Drive in Flint, and will ensure basic maintenance at the pedestrianized Second Avenue Bridge over 475, as these areas exist within our general work boundaries of projects aligned with the recognition of the Flint DDA. And most of your questions, Mr. Piper.
All right.
Thank you very much.
All right, so.
It just came.
All right. So, anyone else in the first round? Anyone else in the second round?
We're in the second round.
Second round?
Yeah, just really quickly, because I have had a conversation, to be able to talk about this project and this bridge and why it is important, because what's happening now in that area, it borders 7th and 5th Ward. And so what's happening in that area now is that as pedestrians are trying to cross, it's become unsafe for them to get downtown, get to the farm front, get to wherever they're going downtown. Even people that are coming from downtown, they're trying to take these main sidewalks on the other side of the highway. All this become exceedingly dangerous for pedestrians in that area. And so as a way to keep the wards, or keep the people that are using that way to go wherever they're going, whether it's business, whether it's home, whatever they're doing, as a way to keep them safe and to keep them connected to the downtown area. That's another reason why this bridge is being built. So it's going to be very important for people who commute to work that way, via walking or taking their bike. This bridge is going to be important, as well as the path. All that is going to be important to their safety. And so I am in support of this project for the pedestrians that have to use that way, whether it is for work, whether it is just for leisure activity. And I do hope that if we are taking on the maintenance of this, that both the city and the DDA do keep that clear. Otherwise, it would defeat the purpose of what we're trying to do here in making sure we're keeping the public safe, because you don't want people to go back to using the unsafe route to get to wherever they're going. Right, so thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second? All right, seeing as there is no one else, thank you. I will be glad to speak. This is innovation, this is safety, and this is helping the city. So I'm definitely in support of it. And so I know that the 7th Ward residents will be thankful, as well as the other residents throughout the city that visit that area. The 2nd and the 5th Ward, thank you, one of you, really, thank you for clearing that up. So I know that the 7th and the 5th Ward will be very grateful for the pedestrian bridge. I know that we have one on Martin Luther King, it's a little dated. And so we're looking forward to have that demolished in the near future. However, this is new, and we want to make sure that we are keeping up with the times. So thank you, Councilwoman Shack, for advocating. Thank you, Mr. McGaha, for a job well done, and for helping us move the city forward. So we're going to go ahead and vote for resolution 240495, the pedestrian bridge. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Franklin? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Hutchins? Vote is 7 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 0 no, that resolution passes. So now we're at resolution 240457. Close the body. Any discussion in the first round? Go ahead. Anyone here to speak to undeveloped debt?
Good evening, sir. Sort of last, when we actually had the presentation, a while ago, we had the presentation. There were, for me anyway, still some questions. I don't know if anyone else has received clarification of that. But have we heard any more about agreements that Unruly Medical may have with some of the service providers?
I've heard nothing since that presentation on that specific evening, the team.
When you say you've heard nothing from Unruly Medical?
On that specific.
On that, okay. Okay. Could you
reiterate, I know Medical stated that there's sort of, there's almost like a multiplier to, you know, grant dollars that they are able to provide. Can you restate what that multiplier is?
Sure, I can say to what they do, the actual specific amounts, the multiplier, the amounts, I'll take a second to get up, but.
Okay.
Just bear with me here.
Okay.
So they're a 501c3 nonprofit whose purpose is to abolish financially burdensome medical debt around the United States. Since 2014, they've helped raise over $12 billion in medical debt for over 7 million families.
Okay.
The medical debt is for people earning at or below 400%, at or below 400% of the federal poverty level.
Okay, so to that point, 400% of poverty level. Or below. Do we know in the city of Flint, like what does that number look like for the city of Flint?
Oh, I had that on another resolution, so let me take that.
Okay. And then just, have you heard any more from Medical while you're still looking for that multiplier? Have you heard anything more from Medical as to how they are able to target negotiations for both, one, to ensure that it is city of Flint residents, and how they target understanding how they target the income?
Right, so my understanding is they spoke to that when they presented this, and I would refer to that presentation that they did. And I know it's been a minute since we got to this, but back in October, if you recall, we had a live stream and the team, Janana and Tal were here to speak on that. So I would have to refer back to that presentation.
Okay. If as you are looking, if you could help us with that multiplier, that's for now the last question. I yield.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead,
To the speaker, when you guys came to present this, I just want to make sure that, so 50,000, this is approved, this is like matching funds? So if this is approved, the 50,000 would be like matching funds?
Yeah, that 50,000 would be from the city of Flint. There'd be other additional funding that would be included on top of that from other sources.
And how many residents of Flint is with that?
I'm trying to find out the percentages. I've seen anything on the census from 30 to 40% of residents of Flint to the initial Jared's question, about 33 to 40%.
So is that about maybe 13,000 residents or something?
Point of information?
Go ahead.
I believe the presentation that we does the speaker know that the presentation that they did was somewhere between 10 and 12,000, I think 12,000 was the number.
Yes, that's what.
Residents based, and that's based on their
I think it was like 13.
Yeah, correct, that percentage, correct.
Just wanted to make sure. I think it's important, definitely, we really consider supporting this when you think about medical debt. It's really like a hidden crisis that impacts many families, economically. And so I think this is a good opportunity to really help a lot of Flint residents that benefit from this. So definitely I can support it. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Go ahead.
Many years ago, I worked for Carl Costa and tracked filing cases for payments on people's bankruptcies. The major cause outside of credit card debt for their bankruptcy was medical debt. So I think it's very important that only $50,000 is wiped out. I believe it was well over $2 million of medical debt. And I think that this 50,000 is probably the best use of any $50,000 grant that we have given out to any organization. So I'm fully in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for further comments? Go ahead, Carmen.
Hi, James, how are you?
I'm all right.
Good, so there has been a lot of, with undue medical debt, and in doing our research, I actually had a conversation with, Pastor Monica about what is Hurley, how much debt, does Hurley have?
I do not know off the top of my head.
All right, what's your point?
I used to work with Reinvest personally, with Hurley, working with medical debt to Hurley Medical Center for those people who had Medicaid and Medicare. And annually, the hospital wrote off over $2 million.
So, do you have a current number? You don't have one?
I don't have.
And she sent me some information. I think at that time, I was having a laptop issues. I do know there were some specific questions. How much debt does Hurley have that's medical debt right now? Do you have that?
That's what I believe you're asking me a second ago. I don't have that.
Okay,
I'll mark it down.
Okay, and this is, those are the questions to me. And this is up to 32 million, but this 50,000 is going to clear how much? It will clear.
We're talking up to 2 million.
Okay.
2 million, sorry.
Okay, so the 50,000 will clear up to 2 million. I know Gracie Manual Church had a program like this, and there was also one when I did some of my research in California. So undeniable debt is not just, this is a first time program. And so I think that when the questions I listened to my colleagues, I would like to know how much medical debt does Hurley and McLaren actually have, because we're at the end of our money and reallocating, especially when we've got people say they no one ever got back with them, that they weren't even approved or not approved if they were missing documents. I'm gonna look and see if Pastor Monica sent me this information, so I can read them. So that was really important to me, because Hurley is a city hospital, which means if you go there, you're going to be seen. Whether you have insurance or not, which is a very rare thing. And one of the most important things is how much debt that they carry. We know that most people who go to Hurley, I'm not gonna say most, but it's more often through our emergency, that they have an issue that have been underlying for a while, and when they finally go, it costs a lot more, money, and they get care, and they be in the hospital much longer because they didn't take care of what was going on. So that was really my concern.
What individual?
This isn't just covered on the block, it also covers regular doctors and specialists.
And so, and I'm aware of that, I'm not sure. And so, this is when I look at the 50,000, and I've seen some, but I did have questions in regards to her. And I'm gonna look and some of my colleagues have probably got questions, but I need to look and see if she sent me that information, if you don't have it. And you're filling me in, is this what you?
So I've been respectfully, they have been prepared to be here numbers of times when this was on the agenda before, and unfortunately, things happened over the last 2 weeks that we never got to this item. So around this time, I stepped in for them because if it continually fight them, it's not coming up.
Yeah, we talked about it prior, because.
It was at the beginning of October.
We did discuss it, because Pastor Monica was here with her baby.
Correct, yeah, they did a great presentation, and I would refer to that. It's accessible through YouTube to be able to watch back on that.
Yeah, and here's one of the other things, with some of these ARPA funds, if this virtue, undue medical debt virtue be not completed, but allocated, I know that we have got some, not allocated, the 40 million dollars dispersed, the MOU would not state this right. 9:27 seconds. They wouldn't necessarily lose this if it was, the MOU, is there MOU about this?
We've done internal MOUs
Okay.
for other items, yes. For items like this, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go and read this and let I still have, I wanna make sure the 19, it should go.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, Madam Chair, through you to, Shane. And I'm gonna ask my question, and I don't know, I guess I missed it. What percentage of medical debt will be eliminated, for Flint residents with this contribution? And I don't know if you, I think you said it, but I think I missed. Can you say it again?
So we're looking at it impacting up to 13,000 Flint residents, 13,000 Flint residents, $2 million.
Okay, because I want to make sure this hits Flint residents, you know, or the portion that you're putting. So the 50,000 that we're putting in, is gonna cover up to $2 million of debt.
That's what the share of the presentation, correct, $2 million.
Okay.
And it's for, I did mention the 400% of the federal poverty level, but it's also for those whose medical debt is more than 5% of the household income.
Okay. And I'm sitting here, I gotta really think about this, because I'm one that feels that we have more urgent community needs, such as our infrastructure, you know, such as, home improvement for our residents. We didn't put enough money into home improvement, you know. So I'm kind of, I don't know about this. I'm gonna just listen to my colleagues, see what's, you know, what they're thinking, and try to get some other perspective. But, you know, I'm on the fence with this.
I can help with something too, the original resolution spoke to medical debt relief, that medical debt, was able to abolish for other cities, municipalities. Toledo, Ohio, $800,000. Cook County, Illinois, $12 million. New Orleans, Louisiana, $1.3 million. Cleveland, Ohio, $1.9 million. Washington, D.C., $1 million. So they have a good track record, and there's others. It's all on the original resolution.
What is your,
The amount of medical, right, Shane? The amount of medical debt forgiven?
That's my understanding.
Yes. Okay. I'm gonna, deal with colleagues. Thank you.
all right, you want to do the first round?
So, I'm sorry, I just want to, you said that this is going to help 13,000 Flint residents?
Like, I was asked in the initial round of questions, what percentage of the city of Flint residents fall under the 400% of the national poverty level? And a quick check on the emails from before was at 33%.
33%.
33% fall under, of Flint residents fall under that category. So we're trying to do the math in my head.
That's more than
Point of information.
Go ahead.
What was your point?
Thank you. Well, according to the presentation that they gave, this is supposed to help up to 12,000 Flint residents.
So, how is this going to help 12,000 residents being $50,000, so of the 12,000, if I do the quick math, that's $4.20 per person. Like how many residents?
I'm sorry, what's that math you're referring to?
So if we're giving $50,000 and this is gonna help 12,000 residents, that's $4.20 per resident.
So, yeah, my understanding is that they buy the deck on the dog. They buy the deck on the dog. The 50,000 help them buy the deck that the city of Flint residents own.
So this is only going to buy $50,000
No, it's going to be other funding. The $50,000 would act as a multiplier. We're going to get that by $2 million.
So, did the state of Michigan actually pass the 4.5 million?
Yes.
So, if they got 4.5 million, what is the benefit of $50,000?
$2 million.
What do you mean, 2 million?
So the $50,000 that we're investing is how eradicate $2 million.
So, don't make me do the math on 4.5 million, so 4.5 million is.
I do not understand the question. I'm trying to understand the question.
So, you're saying the $50,000, and I'm trying to get my arms around.
Sure.
You're saying that the $50,000 is going to eradicate $2 million of medical debt just in the city of Flint?
Yes, if we give $50,000 projections, that they'll be able to utilize that to eradicate up to $2 million.
So,
medical debt for the city of Flint residents.
I mean, that's what, 40 multipliers? So, if the state of Michigan gave $4.5 billion to the same organization, and they had a 40 multiplier, that's billions of dollars.
Is that, if you're talking about the state of Michigan, I don't have those numbers on how much the statewide medical debt is.
Well, I don't know that,
medical debt, we understand, is obviously a real thing, but it's a lot of money out there that people are unable to pay.
no, I get it, but if the state of Michigan is giving 4.5 billion, and that multiplier, is gonna be, $1.6 billion of medical debt money given, what?
I don't know how much is the
So
debt.
is there gonna be overlap between the state of Michigan and the city of Flint program?
We're looking for the city of Flint. We're just looking at $50,000 for the city of Flint.
I understand that,
Medical
I
debt.
understand that, but we're giving to the same organization that got 4.5 million from the state, so how are the two programs gonna overlap?
That's a question for them. I can only speak to what's doing in Flint. You understand that?
No, I understand that, but is the money gonna come from the state of Michigan grant for city Flint residents, or is it gonna come from?
Yes.
Or is it gonna come from the $50,000?
Well, thank you.
And you're saying that there's a 40 multiplier?
Based on what I understand, based on what I heard, you all heard the same presentation.
So are these dollars, those are what the residents were given? So, or those are the dollars that they were contracted? Because the 40 multiplier, these are, small house.
If you look at the resolution from the very beginning, up to $40 million.
Okay, Chairman, I'm gonna pause you right there. All right, and it looks like, go ahead, Mr. Chairman, take your time.
Thank you, yes. So it is my understanding that we're looking at, approximately for every $1 invested, $100 is eliminated. The city is going to join with the state's program, and so that's how we're gonna leverage the dollars there. And that the $50K is only from the city, and the state of Michigan's money was already allocated for this, and that the gap is covered by their own, philanthropic dollars. So we're just putting in 50, and then whatever is not covered in the projected number, there are other monies to basically handle the rest of the money that the 50 doesn't handle.
And as I said, correct, and as I said at the start, they have helped eradicate over $12 billion
Right.
of debt in the last 10 years. So
Right.
the numbers are pretty high.
Right. And so, and what we do know about medical debt is that it is crippling to families, it's crippling to individuals. And I've been talking about the mental health toll that it takes on a person to have to try and figure out how to pay a debt in addition to paying bills, especially when we're talking about people that are within the federal poverty level. So we're already talking about people who are trying to figure out how to buy groceries, how to keep a roof over their head, whether they're talking about paying rent or they're talking about paying a mortgage. You have to think if those families have children, the children were the ones who end up sick. Have to think about just the different bills that come along with that. And then throwing a medical debt on top of that, we also know that medical debt is something that does go under credit. It affects your ability to generate generational wealth through home ownership and any other possible types of ownership. And so when we look at eliminating medical debt, we're looking at putting people on the path to create generational wealth. We're looking at putting people on the path to better mental health. We're looking at putting people on the path to better credit scores because that would even hit their credit scores. We all know how important credit is in this country and the dangers of having any type of debt associated with your name or any kind of creditors. We know how creditors can also be aggressive once they get that debt, right? They've acquired it, and it's even though they're already paid for it, now they're coming after you, they're blowing up your phone, they're calling you, they're going by any means. Some of them even take you to court. And so some people end up with their checks garnished and wages lost from something that we could clear up today if we put $50,000 in. And again, we're looking at approximately for every $1, $100 in debt is eliminated. I think that this is something that we should seriously take into consideration here tonight. The state of Michigan has obviously already moved forward for the entire state or other places that are going to take advantage of this opportunity and to help alleviate some financial issues for families. And I think that $50,000 is not a tough ask for us to help eliminate residents, 13,000 residents in debt for them. So I think this is something that my colleagues should seriously consider because again, we've given out plenty of mental health dollars and we know that debt is one of those things that that does affect mental health. We know it's one of those things that causes substance abuse issues and causes addiction. And so whatever we can do to keep money in the pockets of families so that they can do the necessary things with that money, I'm all for. And then I also think it's difficult to look at people and say that we believe that they should be penalized for getting sick because no one is in control of when they get sick. But the reality is that there are a lot of people all across this country and in this city who once they do get sick, that they cannot necessarily cover those expenses. And so we can alleviate something that occurred due to no fault of their own. I think we should try and do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. For saying that I am going to speak in the first round. First, I would like to say that this is an amazing program. Every single council person receives this eliminate medical debt for families. And everyone's name is on the bottom. So everyone has the same information. So hopefully my colleagues are referring to this as we move forward to this question. And within this packet, it's also a couple of letters of recommendation, one letter of recommendation from a local pastor, and I want to read it into the record. To the honorable members of the Flint City Council, I greet you in the blessed and wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And I thank you for your diligent efforts to always support and uplift the city of Flint. My name is Reverend Dr. Raphael Turner Sr., and I'm the senior pastor of Grace Emmanuel Baptist Church. I'm writing to formally express my support and collaborating with Undue Medical Debt, formerly RIP Medical, to eliminate medical debt for the residents of the city of Flint. As you are well aware, medical debt hurts working families, ruins credit, and makes day-to-day necessities increasingly difficult to obtain. Abolishing medical debt for Flint's families is one more way we're building an economy that works for everyone, from the bottom up and the middle out. In May 2021, Grace Emmanuel partnered with RIP Medical, and through the grace of God, we removed the debt of Flint residents in the amount of $157,328.68 and just over $1 million throughout Genesee County. I applaud the efforts of Pastor Monica Villarreal and others who are working diligently to improve the quality of life for Flint residents by eradicating medical debt. If I can be of any further assistance, please feel free to contact me via phone. And he put his phone number and also his email, yours in service, Reverend Dr. Rabon L. Turner Sr. And this is the pastor of Grace Emmanuel Baptist Church. So we have proof that locally, unused medical debt has been used to eliminate debt, and it has improved the life of residents in the city of Flint and Genesee counties. These dollars are targeted specifically for Flint residents. And so initially when I heard of this, I heard that Kalamazoo County, they were able to leverage $466,000 from their ARPA funding and turn that into $89 million of ARPA relief. I will repeat it. They were able to take $466,000 and leverage it to $89 million of ARPA relief for over 30,000 residents. All of that information, we can find it right here in our blue book. This is one of the best leveraging that I've ever seen, just like Councilman Christie said. We're able to turn basically $50,000. I heard $2 million. But didn't I hear that when everything is said and done, we will be able to eliminate $32 million in medical debt? So that's what, so I don't know if you said. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, who's speaking?
I am, Mr. Grover.
Who?
Don't get done with us.
Okay, is Mr. Culver, is he a part of the Pastor Monson's undevelopment team? Okay. So all right, so moving on. According to the presentation, we were able to eliminate $32 million. They said $32 million when all leveraging takes place. When we asked, because at first the ask was higher. And then they said we only need $50,000. And we're able to turn that into a $32 million debt elimination plan for the residents of the city of Flint. $50,000. For 13,000 people. So when we look at it, proportional, think about, I heard my colleague in the Fifth Ward mention people roofs. When the roofs may cost like $10,000 a piece, that's only 5 roofs. So imagine 5 roofs compared to helping 13,000 Flint residents. This is a big win for the residents of the city of Flint. And this is one of the best forms of leveraging that I've seen in ARPA dollars so far. Moreover, other municipalities have done this, and they are reaping the benefits. We speak that that our residents have 33% poverty. Well, this will definitely help give them a hand up. And those individuals that are not in poverty. Just imagine a lot of people money is spent on medical debt, as we said. You may be above that threshold, but if you are paying medical debt, then it puts you in poverty, plus our residents. All right, so we're going to go into the second round. Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Jerry.
Through to the speaker. Have we had any discussions with Unruly Medical as to what our specific program guideline would be? And I ask for this reason. If there's the potential that there are 13,000 individuals that otherwise would qualify under the income guideline, and we have $50,000 that we're allocating each year, we are less than $4 per person. Have we established what our target number is so that we can go to the medical and say, we're giving you this 50,000, but we are per candidate or per individual, you're not to go above $700. Negotiate what you can for 700 to stretch it. Or are we negotiating in any way like that?
I don't negotiate anything that's not approved upon.
Okay, well, tell me this, help me understand.
Can I rephrase that?
Okay.
It's not my place to negotiate that.
Who will be negotiating with Undue Medical, or who set the program guidelines?
Internally, that we can discuss about that internally and identify what that person would be.
So once we approve, what are the steps? Yeah, let me know, what are the steps after we approve something? We approve it, then the program is actually developed, right, or guidelines?
We put guidelines in place, correct, yes.
See, that's what I want to know if, again, because with $50,000, how many are we going to target? Because we can't do all $13,000 to $50,000. I'm sorry, a creditor is not going to accept $4 to clear 400 or 4,000. They're not going to do that. But
Excuse me, point of information, go ahead.
Does the speaker know that in conjunction with our 50,000, the state of Michigan is also putting in money, so where our 50,000 doesn't cover, the rest of it will be covered by that income from balance?
I understand that, but our dollars are, what I want to understand is what are we telling Undue Medical is the guideline for this money that we're, because we give guidelines when we give grants, right? When we give people money, we give them guidelines to work with them. That's what I want to understand. What are the guidelines?
What was for information?
What is your point?
Thank you. Does the speaker, remember when they did the presentation, they reviewed his guidelines? Does the speaker still have their notebook that they share with us?
All the information is.
I don't have that package now, but in having the package, I would also like the residents to hear what that is. So if one of the colleagues want to share these answers, looking at their package here now, that's good, that's cool. But I want to ask a question so that you can have opportunity to enlighten me and these residents that are over here in body and might be hearing in some other way the answer to those questions.
All right. Anyone else in the second round? Go ahead, Mr. Alvin.
I just want to reiterate that medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy, credit impacting credit scores, people delay care due to costs, increased ER visits because of minor health issues, because of major issues, the high cost of healthcare, especially for uninsured. I think definitely if we can leverage 50,000 to potentially 32 million in eliminating medical debt for 13,000 residents, again, it's echoed by several council members, that's definitely a good way of using these funds. So I'm definitely in full support, and I hope my colleagues can see the benefit of it. This is something that's going to directly impact the residents, and I think that's important that we should be trying to definitely support them. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? Go ahead.
So, Mr. President, I just want to be clear. Is there an official multiplier that we can tell the residents? Because my colleague in the seventh ward said $1 is going to go eliminate 100. My colleague in the second ward said $50,000 is going to eliminate $32 million. So what is the official multiplier that we can tell the residents today?
Right, and respectfully, I will respond by saying they presented that to you back in October, all those details were given, and that question was asked. I believe it's 121. I'm trying to remember back, watching you being here too at the time. One for $100. It's written in the packet as well. You have all the information, all these questions that have been asked. The information is in that packet that was given out.
But I'm asking you today.
Right.
So I don't have the packet in front of me. If we carry every single thing that we were given up here, we would need 3 file cabinets beside us. We don't have that. And when the stuff is given to us, and now in a digital copy, that even better. You understand that? We can't have,
Right,
we can't
right.
carry this many problems.
And again,
And I'm not trying to be rude or anything like.
right.
Today we're talking
I would also say that the people who are speaking to this were ready to speak to this since October. But no meetings, we never got to that point. We lack of quorum and not attending meetings. Can't people turn out to answer the questions, to ask the questions that they're ready to answer.
Well, I can't control that, I control what's on, I can, address what's on the agenda. So. So we're talking, if it's 100 to 1, we're talking 4.5 million for Flint residents, given that 10% of this is going to go to administrative. Is that a correct statement?
Doesn't mention administrative fees in the budget.
Thank you. I'm done.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Vernon.
Thank you. And Shane, I think that I'm not saying these violence. Can I just, so, here's my issue, so I was reading. One of my criteria, was to find out the hospitals. In neither of the 3 hospitals that service the Flint area gave me information. Earl did, and you know Earl is that probably have the largest amount of debt. Earl did, McLaren did, and Genesis. And so neither of those hospitals responded back yet. I don't know if they need more time. I don't know. But they have not responded back yet. And I think the extra step to understand what the process and what the program was, to even to talk with Pastor Mike. And so that was, she sent me back the information, and they still have not gotten back. And so, we know people over early would have insurance or not. That was a critical question for me. And if, I don't know if they need a city hospital, for anyone to go to this, and to not have any of the 3 hospitals, and that's problematic for me. Very problematic. We know they do sell debt. And I'll let them know that are they selling. But we're not getting any of those responses.
If you want to set a date for, a specific date for Pastor Monica, Jim and I can answer those questions. Let's do that.
Thank you. Okay, and so if you want to say this, and they can reach back out to the hospital.
I'm going to.
The process is my confidence. Yeah, so if you want to say this right there, there is a MOU for this?
There is, yes.
So you can say this was not, meaning that you have to make this decision tonight, and so that you can say this to get back that information.
I'm sorry, it was included in the MOU.
Okay, then, right now, tonight, and I'm not agreeing, but she's texting, and I respect her action, you know, ready to be on the plane. She's gonna be, early next year. So I think that, with those questions, we do need to, early is a big sticker for me. I've always been a early person, born there, my 3 children were born there. And I want to make sure it's, the debt relief is getting to the people who need it. And so, I think tonight, I think we want to do something. I don't know what she's gonna do, but I'm.
They played us, y'all. They played us.
I know we need an MOU, so we are good with that.
Kermit,
So, okay.
butterflies and daffodils, they played us.
Anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
All right, so I did want to, and this is from the Eliminate Medical Debt for Flint Families, part of the packet that they gave us when they did their presentation a few months back. How it works is they engage healthcare providers and secondary market debt partners to identify debts held by individuals who are at or below 400% of the federal poverty level. So that's about $100,000 for a family of 3. And patient debt is more than 5% of their income. Number 2, they use consumer credit data. They analyze bundled bad debt portfolios to identify accounts that meet their criteria. They have donors and government that make contributions to abolish medical debt. They buy portfolios of debt at the industry market value, and then once the debt is purchased, rather than collect it, they abolish it. No strings attached, no tax consequences. So their debt abolishment criteria is low income. The medical debt being assessed represents 5% or more of annual household income. Medical debt burden is the patient or grantor household income between 0% and up to 400% of federal poverty guidelines. And then, of course, there's the residency requirement from where the money is coming from. What is being proposed by cities, counties, and states is that the city, county, state governments allocate ARPA and other funds for medical debt relief through undue. For every $1 appropriated, approximately $100 of medical debt can be canceled. Undue medical debt, they contract with a government agency, recruit hospitals and other providers on a confidential basis, request data files and identify patients who meet the criteria. They acquire qualified medical debt. They notify program recipients that medical debt has been acquired and canceled as a gift. And then they invoice program costs, which in our case, they wouldn't have to do that. And then they support policy opportunities to achieve systemic change, meaning they try to make sure that people do not end up back in said medical debt. They're trying to figure out long-term ways or solutions to deal with medical debt and keep families out of medical debt. It seems my colleagues here tonight still have some concerns. I do not believe that we have 5 votes. I think this is good for the residents. I think that this would be a bonus for the city. And so what I would like to do, because there does seem like there could be 5 votes if some requirements are met, such as an MOU, or also maybe some information from the hospital. So I would like to give this an opportunity to give residents an opportunity to have their medical debt cleared. What I would like to do is make a motion, Madam Chair, to send this back to finance so that we can kind of give them an opportunity to get some more things in a row. Just maybe some more questions to be answered. There's a request for information. I'm not sure.
Go ahead.
They giving them that. They giving it to him, Mark. Dumb as shit.
All right, so it has been moved to set resolution 240457 to finance, supported by the council president.
Go ahead.
That's what I was gonna point out, that it's actually on the council agenda. It's already been moved to council.
Oh, that's right. We did have it in council last time. We voted for it and got moved to council. That's right. So we've already taken it off there and put it here, so we'll just move it back to finance, and it'll be on finance in January. We'll move it in. I get what you're saying.
You would have to make that motion in the regular committee, the regular council.
Yep, I got exactly what you're saying. But can we still do it now, since that's what we're trying to do, we'll just do it again? Or acknowledge that we did it? Procedurally, how do we do this?
Procedurally.
Because if it's here, and if it would have passed, then it wouldn't have mattered on the other one.
We would remove it from the other one because it passed. But
Exactly.
if you feel it, this is the difficulty.
When they go into that other meeting.
Same thing.
Madam Clerk, what did you just say?
I said, this is why it's tricky doing a special council meeting on somebody's regular meeting with the same agenda items.
So if we already addressed it during the special council meeting, and we're saying we're putting it back in finance during this meeting, would that satisfy, take care of that for the other meeting? Because we already moved it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So then we can just move it to finance from here.
I don't agree.
This is crazy.
Correct, Madam Chair. We're moving into finance in January, yes.
All right, so, it has been moved by the company 7-4, supported by the company 6-4, to move resolution 240457 to finance committee in January. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Piper?
Mr. Piper, company 6-4.
Mr. Jared? Mr. Holman? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
What's she saying?
Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 1 no, that resolution passes. Now we're on to resolution 240550.
No, they said it wasn't.
Kill this shit. They're getting every single thing they want. Every single thing they want.
All right, so we don't have to play for the value. All right, it is a motion to approve resolution 240550. Supported by the Councilman 7-4. Any discussion?
Yes, is this Chief Green? The new Madam Chair for Chief Green. This is a grant, it looks like an amount, and I have of $120,000 from the Child School Bond Foundation has been awarded to the city of Flint to use for public safety coverage for downtown events, including traffic, redirection, and street closures. So this is just for, special events. How are you this evening?
Good.
Hi.
Great, how are you?
So this is for just special events that are downtown, like 810.
Yeah, downtown events, road races, back to the bricks, major events, supplies, it funds overtime for the officers.
Oh, the fund, is that not in your budget? Or is this part of your budget with the grant? This the first time you got this grant?
No, this has been an ongoing grant for years.
Okay. And then you have, when you have those events, Arrowhead is still in its, that is spent, it is a grant too?
Yes.
So Arrowhead helps also, and this is for just,
Yes, they do.
They do? Okay, so this is just $120,000, just for a special event for, July 1st. Has it been used already?
Yes.
So how much of this was used?
What do you want?
This is an annual grant, and it's used every year.
Okay, well, that was improperly used, but I have the chief in front of me. So, how much of this have you used so far?
I'm not sure, whatever the cost of, back to the bricks,
The crayon,
the cream, all the road
A1,
races.
which I think is 420 days.
Yeah. There's several different.
Yeah, A1, they was new for me, I read today. That was, it was interesting. That's a number of demographic. Okay, so you don't know how much you're spending, so this is just going to actually replacing that from into your budget, funds that have already been spent.
That's correct.
And you don't have the amount that you have already spent, because we have all of those things, we don't have any more. Matter of fact, we don't have any.
How it works is the annual, grant, we just deal with grant after the events.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, anyone else? Anyone in the second round? Seeing no one, to approve resolution 240550. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Rollins? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Fleischer? The vote is 5 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 5 yes, 3 no, that resolution passes. Now on to resolution 240549.
This is,
Madam Chair. make a motion to move 2405409 grant.
Well, I ain't never seen so much stuff pass without being the president or vice president.
Or to be approved.
All right, motion for approval is supported. Supported by the councilman in the first quarter. Any discussion?
Madam Chair. Chief Green, this is for the NSOs.
NSOs and Intel Analysts.
Intel and so these, the NSO, I don't know, how many NSOs do we have now?
I'm not sure, we just lost one. So we might told
We have 7 or 6.
we just lost one to 26 and 7.
Between 6 and 6, or it's between 6 and 7. So how do we get in contact, because it is a problem, getting into contact with our, like, we can't talk to the NSC, it gets bottlenecked. It gets bottlenecked, and it's hard, and it seems like we often have a problem with, I don't know the NSO since I've known, and I don't know if it's, I think it's probably should be done, it was recommended before, I told her name out there, they need somebody, sometimes they need like to have that environment. So, they do, she gets stuff done. Yeah, and it's just hard because I don't even know, never seen mine, I think it's her name is Friday. We can't contact our NSO. And that, it doesn't work. You know, we have one, to be honest. I've never seen it.
Well, you know, if you tell me, I'll let you be in contact. I don't know, but NSOs assigned your ward.
I know Dan's not there anymore, I think. Dan was supposed to retire or something. And so, because this issue is right at time, you know, people call, residents want right away. And right away, sometimes it doesn't work that way. So how much of this is for the NSO?
I believe it's total of 127.
It's all, not all, it's all of the NSO?
No, 30,000 Intel analysts, in addition to this, for NSOs.
How many Intel analysts do you have?
Currently, 5.
Currently 5 Intel analysts. And so this grant is for a portion of their budget.
That's
Right,
correct.
they paying, NSOs and Intel analysts out of 127,000.
That's correct.
So. Okay. So I will email you because I would like to know who my NSO is and the NSO issue. I just don't understand how this keeps being, I don't get it. I really don't get it. But I will email you, I will. Thank you, that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Anyone else in the first round?
Yeah.
Chief Green, do we think NSO model is working? That's a long pause, I'll take that as a no. Have we looked at any other ways to accomplish a similar goal?
Yeah, I'm actually in the process of reorganizing that, doing things differently.
No offense, but I've been told that for 3 questions.
Well, there's been changes.
I can't say that this game is really good, because nobody ever did it.
I understand.
You know, I'm not trying to come down on you, but I'm just trying to figure out what we can do to help you to make this a better program, because, it's not working. It's not working, I'm gonna say it's high down with red tape. We can't contact them, so we can't, how did people verify that any sort I think everyone on this body, except for maybe, Councilman the first, or I don't know if he's spoken to it, but I think more than that, when we have these, in-depth
Don't it?
discussions on the last of we've seen that, so, and, this budget is for, seems for one MSO, two data analysts, so, I would just like some kind of resolution on what we can do to help you improve that department, because it is broken, and it's not being fixed. I mean, if we all had one NSO, that should get 1 point, we all had one, or there was, 8 of them. I can literally drive down every single street in my ward and come up with at least maybe 10 different violations. And none of those get movement, none of them. At some point, we have to have a self-reflection and look at the output that the NSOs are putting out and realize that it's basically a no-show job. And I don't think that there's any other department in this, because, we see a lot of the water department, the sewer, the police. There is no other department in this city that I know of that has such relaxed enforcement of actual productivity. And it's a shame, and it's like, well, we want to pay them so amount of money. Well, let's fix their pay. Let's get them up to where they're going to demand results. Like, if we're saying that we can't get good people, and we can't do this, and we can't do this, and I can't, the union is standing in the way, or whatever else. Let's fix it. Let's improve their pay. Let's get better people. Whatever we got to do, and demand results. Because the NSOs in the quality of what they do helps our neighborhoods, improves our tax base, improves everything that we have in this city. They drive down crime. If we've got 8, sometimes 9, sometimes 7 NSOs that, from our perspective, don't do anything, don't contribute to the falling neighborhood situation that we are currently in and have been for the past decade. And we fund this group and we get no results and we get no accountability. And we can't even talk to them. So I'm begging you, sir, find a solution. Whatever we need to do, we will do it. All 9 of us up here, there are 8 of us up here that are currently sitting. I'm 100% positive it will be 8-0 if you get a program that will demand results and show accountability that you want to be unanimous support. Because we're all fed up with the NSO and the deterioration of our neighborhoods. And there's no accountability, and it's just a shame. And I'm sorry if I'm coming off as abrasive, but that's the point that we're all at, is we're sick of it and we want accountability.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to Chief Green, and I agree with my colleague in the 8th Ward 100%. But Chief Green, what is the current protocol? How do we, I know at one point, I don't even know who to call. At one point, we would call the flight department, but from what I understand, that has been taken away from that department or something. What is the protocol?
I'm not sure it's been taken away from the flight department. They work hand in hand.
Okay, so what's the protocol?
Well, several complaints. They call 911. It's passed on to the NSOs. It's different avenues where the information is passed on. They can call the hotline, the flight hotline, make a complaint, things of that nature.
So what is the protocol for council members?
What you guys can do, email me.
Email you? Yeah. Okay, so that's what I'm getting at. We can email you our
issues as far as NSOs.
That's correct.
Oh, okay, so the protocol now is to email you and we'll get some action.
I'm not saying that's the protocol, but I'm saying email me and I'll get it taken care of until we make some rearrangements and some alignments and things that we're working on to improve customer service through the light.
Okay. Okay, because, I mean, you know, I've been sitting here for 7+ years, 8 years, and it's been the same. You can't even talk to your NSO. Your NSO should be your right-hand person. We should be able to call our NSO every day, Monday through Friday. You know? Yeah. I mean, that should be our right-hand person. Because I get complaints every day. Parking complaints. People parking on the lawn. I mean, gee, I ride my whole board. I ride my board. And I see things that need to be taken care of. What are they doing? At one point, I was catching my NSO over there. This was some years ago, maybe 3-4 years ago. I'm catching my NSO over there in back to the Stevenson building back there. You know, just saying, chill. I mean, do they ride around and look at, report things or take care of things?
Yes, we do.
Why do I never see them? I'm riding too. Yeah, I'm riding too. I never see. Now, I do have to give it to the young lady on down Welch Street. I guess she's my NSO. And there was an accident on Welch, and she was sitting there trying to help the, accident. And it was a pole across the road and all that. I do have to give her that. I did see her that day. But I think I just want to see the NSOs riding around in the neighborhood, making notes, taking care of issues. Because, I mean, it's a lot. So I'm going to email you, Chief, because I do have some issues that need to be taken care of. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
So during budget time, I know I requested that you hire more than an NSO so that we have backup because we're constantly short-handed. I'm going to encourage you to do it again because here we are, 6 or 7 NSOs for 9 hours. If somebody's off, then other people have to follow through. I know that in my ward, my NSO has written more tickets than anywhere else in the city. So, I've been very, no, I'm not writing, I just wish that they didn't have to write so many. And I know that he's out there working because I get complaints from residents that they got a ticket. Hey, you got a ticket, you deal with it. I mean, so, for me, in my ward, I have seen progress. I have seen areas being followed through and knowing that they, and I have spoken to my NSO in the past.
Pardon me, so please call it time. You all are pretty loud in the corner, so please keep it down. Thank you.
But when I see the NSO driving by, I would go out and stop him and talk to him and say, hey, what about this address? Have you been there yet? He's always been there already, and he's gotten a ticket, and I submit my NSO complaint. My complaints for my NSO to apply, and they get it. So, I'm going to encourage you again to please put a posting up and have more than 9 NSOs. I like having 9 in my ward. I need NSO in my ward. I drove up and down and I followed through and I just went ahead and wrote a bunch of complaints and sent Clyde or Jennifer a bunch of emails to have complaints. I sent a bunch to the land bank because I know they can't do anything. I was looking for land bank problems. So I'm going to encourage you again, hire more NSOs. We need them, and they do, and obviously my colleagues have different responses from their NSO than I've had. So we need to do something like the truckers have so that you can keep track of them, where they are, where they're stopped at for a long period of time. Thank you.
Ryan, you want to go first? Welcome to chat.
Thank you. So, I guess I have to say it's clear as day that we are not necessarily thrilled about the service that we're getting from the NSOs. And I understand why it might have had to have been that council should contact them. I understand. I got a little bit of the history on it when I first got here last year, why it was put in place that council should not have direct contact with them. But what was requested from more than one council person, I know at least 2 or 3 other council people, we have requested monthly reports for how much blight is being taken care of, what type of blight is being taken care of. And at first we were told we'll get these reports. I think we got all maybe 2 reports, and after that we didn't get any more reports. Is there an issue as to why the council is not getting reports that we requested, multiple council members have requested?
I didn't know you were receiving the reports, but that's not an issue.
Yeah, we've not received a report, who knows when, and we've requested them several times. What's your?
So, thanks, I'm sorry, right?
Yeah.
So Lieutenant Cross, he said that they didn't have to give her, because so you stopped that. This is first time I had a conversation.
I didn't have that conversation, but I'm asking the chief.
I hear you.
Yeah.
So you here also.
Oh, okay. So chief, can we get those monthly reports that we've been requesting for quite some time now?
Yes.
All right, thank you, because I think that will also help alleviate some frustration, right? Because all of us have a nice sized ward, most of us drive around in our wards all the time. And so we still see issues or we report issues, and I think everybody, I'm hearing 7 different ways that people are going through to report this. I just go straight to blight. We have an amazing blight department, and so I'm able to get some results there. But even then, it still just seems like there's so much, right? And so we have these reports, it can maybe help us see what is actually being done. Another thing is with NSOs, if it were being handled, and you know what? I'm not gonna say that. I'm just saying that the NSOs, if tickets are written correctly, that is a department that could actually pay for it itself. And it wouldn't even need all that grant support, because we can look around this entire city and see that is a department or that is a branch that can pay for itself. And so we just wanna have some sort of idea of what's happening, how many tickets are being written, what are the offenses that are being written for. And I know sometimes, even the amount of calls that they're actually going to answer, because I've also been told that it is up to them, it's their discretion as to whether or not they write a ticket. And I get in some instances that you can't brush it off, but I know all of us have repeat offenders, where it's the same person for the same offense over and over and over and over, and we're just trying to figure out what's going on, or why an actual ticket is not issued, or how many warnings does a person need to have before they get a ticket issued to them. And so I think us getting those reports would help us see what's happening, if it's maybe just us not realizing how much blight there is in the city, and that they are taking chunks out of it per month, and I think it'll also help you see if maybe there needs to be more of an incentive for them to do what they're supposed to do and write more tickets, whatever we can do to clean up blight. Because again, I'm not for people not having some sort of grace, because I do understand that there are some situations where you don't need a ticket, but again, we have people that it's just long-term blight, it's over and over and over again. And so having those reports that you said we will start getting in January, you got it? Perfect. I think that will solve the issue. I know we're supposed to be accepting the grant, but we just want to let you know, since we're accepting the grant for them, we'd like to see what we're accepting the grant for. I'll yield.
All right, anyone else in the first round? Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and speak. I'm in agreement. The way, things are moving with NSO is garbage. And it's been bad for a very long time.
Well, that's one information. Go ahead. You about something surprising, but you're about something surprising, but does the chief see how he has united all 8 of us on something?
We all see.
Definitely improper, but it's true.
See this.
So, because I know, well, for one, I'm going to start here. You know, when the supervisor informed us that they don't have time to go out to the field, make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do, that's a problem. And then when the company in Fifth Ward stated that she saw some of them parking lane behind the building, that's a problem. I witnessed the same thing. They're hanging out. And then when I found out that the first and second floor shared in us, I don't want to share. We can't afford that. So that's a problem. The first and second board, I know, I trust that it may not be the worst board. I'm not trying to black the worst board, but I know that a lot of blight is there, and they can do it. But they don't. Because if you're in the first board, you can't handle the second board, and vice versa. So we need our own NSO, but just like Tom Creedy was saying, it would help if we had a couple of extra. Because it's a mess, people park parallel to the court, putting their garbage out 5 days in advance. All right, not using the brand new trash cans that we had, that every resident has. Keeping in mind some residents have 2 or 3 trash cans. And then the fact that we can't speak to them, that's horrible. I don't want to reiterate what they say, but I want to drive home the point that this is not working. It's not. And I'm going to give you a personal example. You know, I've been trying to, on the north side, you know, trying to clean up the Cloud Road corridor to make sure that the front of the business, the back of the business, that they're squared away, that they're not with high grass and garbage. And I submitted a complaint like 7 times, and the NSO, when they did go, they said that they don't see anything. I had to go again and take a picture, stand by the high trash and the high grass and say, you don't see this? So when they do show up, they're not showing up, and it's a problem. And we've been talking about this for the last 3 years. And I mean, if this is the only funding the NSO, I would not support it. Because this is terrible. Their work is terrible. I shouldn't have to continue to call the blight office since I can't call the NSO. I shouldn't have to call them repeatedly to pass on the message to my NSO that I'm sharing the first group. It's not effective. So I'm with my colleague on this one. We need a plan, and I think that we need to not just say, hey, give us a plan. We need to set some deadlines, some due dates. I mean, I even tried to have NSO come to the board meeting and just inform the residents on, you know, what they do, what to look forward to, the top offenses to, you know, beware of. What things residents know? When did you come? So they just told that they couldn't come. But the supervisor won't come out to check on the NSO. I trust the supervisor won't come out to the meeting to inform the residents. It's a fail. It's failing. It's been failing for too long. So we need to take some real action, council. So what can we actually do to make sure on year 4 we get some accountability? Because we've been saying the same thing for too long. We have the same supervisor in charge. We've been dealing with a lot of the same NSO. What are we honestly going to do? Because right now we're just talking about like how we need to get this going, get some action. So I'm going to give, we can go to the second round again. I'm not going to say that. We just need results. And so I'm going to go ahead and yield the rest of my time so we can hear again from the rest of the body in the second ward. But I'm looking for you all. Let's see what we can do to come up with something. Go ahead, second round. Go ahead, Ms. Burns, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you. So, Chief, 2000, when we first came, I wasn't even elected yet. And this is the one thing we are all, and I think it's a part of the public safety plan. When we hear people dumping, and we have had this conversation. When there's crime, we have more dumping, dilapidated buildings. That's just a fact. And you and I have had very good conversations about this. Now we're at the point, we gotta do something about it. Because this is a problem.
Cause we was on
Who can come to the meeting about, if the NSO supervisor can, and the NSO can, who can come? Because you the chief of all of that, that's too much for you to do. That's too much, so having access to them. They got nice new trucks we approved. They got governors on those trucks, they got tracking devices on those trucks. How do we not know what they're doing? So you need to have a plan for your NSOs. It doesn't work. It doesn't. It just, and if they're just riding, they just riding. You do one block. You gonna ride on another block. And that's just a fact. And if that's the job. And how many tickets are they getting? How many tickets are they writing or enforcing? You know, and before they write a ticket, first, you know, there are people they like when you get over to the morning. That's nice. I get so many calls from Mr. Blackwell, and you know who he is. Mr. Blackwell is busy. Mr. Blackwell got me and you probably gonna speed down now. Because he would have to call me or call you in the soul what they need to do. And that is the plan that we're all saying, what are they doing? You need a plan for the NSO. You need a plan 3 years ago. You need to, I don't know who writes your plans for you, you need one. Because it is not working, and it is a problem. And it would look better if the NSOs did their job. It would just automatically be better and bring that relationship in the community. You can't park on the front line underneath the picture window. You can't park your semi-truck on the front lawn. You can't park it for 2-3 days in front of your house, and they do it on the weekend. You can't park your semi-truck on the sidewalk. They do that. And so we have these, it is so, this basic issue. We need to figure out, you need to figure out a way, and you need us input, you want us to email you some of the ideas, but we need a public safety plan, and someone who can manage it. And I'm not really joking about Harriet Martin. They really need a Harriet Martin.
Oh, yeah, baby.
She's military style, she's very straightforward. I know that your rent has to stay because it's in the police department, but it's not working. It's just not.
All right. Anyone else in the second round? Oh, go ahead.
So, have we looked at, because this is for one NSO, how are the rest of the NSOs being money for? So the entire NSO is coming through now? Because I was gonna, recommend maybe the NSO report up to, Arnold Brown, because he seems to be his result. Obviously, that's not a possibility. Have we thought about having NSOs, not necessarily, have we thought about having like so this Christie's point about having extra NSOs, having those extra NSOs dedicated to just parking? Because it seems like parking, what I remember is it time suck. Or if they have to have a tow, they have to wait there for a tow truck and it goes the whole day. Is that a true thing?
Depends on the circumstances. They do have to wait on the tow truck.
I do think that the councilwoman in the second words, I'm not sure if we're the ones, but it seems to me that maybe the direct leadership that those 8 or 9, if we're full staff, report up to, doesn't necessarily have the correct time allocated to manage those departments. Hopefully that's something that you're looking into. When you say that you're reorganizing.
Well, that's the first I heard of that, but that'd be, yes.
Obviously, my colleagues will say that currently it was overdone. That person doesn't have time to make it. So, that makes it easy. And have, in this training part of the thing that this is brought up to speed, I know we passed new zoning, and some of the complaints go to PSI, and some of them go to them. Like, where is that dividing line? Have they been trained on how the new zoning and how to maybe direct those complaints to PSI instead of them? Is all that been divulged to those people?
Yes, they're thoroughly trained on that. Ordinances that affect their duties, the job, as well as the referrals. They provide referrals to the PSI.
So they do the referrals directly to PSI if that's outside the city? Okay, thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I'm in complete agreement with my colleagues and everything they said, so I'm looking for the issue. We know we got an issue there, so I want to kind of speak more towards the solution. I think definitely Councilwoman Creasy said about more SOs hiring and also about the monthly reports. And then I also wanted to ask, is there a way we can potentially move this department from the police department and combine with the fire department to make it potentially get better services in the community? So,
we explored that. At this time, I've been advised it's not feasible. We can agree on the police.
thank you.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing no one else in the second round, let's go ahead and call for the vote. This is the supplementary resolution 240-549. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alalami? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
7 yeses, 1 no.
Yes, 7 yes, 1 no, that resolution passed. Now we're on to resolution 240-503, Catholic Charities. Look at the body. Motion to approve by the full board council lady, in support. Supported by the first council. Any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Jarrett.
Which are the bucket or categories listed? I don't know if that's going to look.
Not a problem with this, we go, please, propose that.
Which category is this one?
Good evening, council. This, the resolution that was written, actually by council for this was $25,000 out of the revenue replacement line item for Catholic Charities for personal hygiene.
So, is that to say it's not one of the specific categories? So, we have access to tap quote revenue replacement?
This $25,000 was approved, in terms of what was put out there. I'm not, that is above what I do. I write the resolution for the next. So,
Madam Chair, you to our finance chair, how much is in revenue replacement?
I don't have the information in front of me right now, but it's, the majority of the money that's left is in there, and, the mayor is, because that's the money that was set aside for the city business.
Right. So I'm about, get me within $1.5 million, guessing.
mean, I'm not saying give, you know, the
Give
exact
me a
amount.
minute and I'll look for the article.
Okay.
Because I have to look up when money was in.
Okay.
Here we go.
Ms. Stewart, I do see that this was originally, well, the date of the resolution says, November 6th. Do you know, did this actually go through committee?
I would have to look at that. I apologize off the top of my head, I do not recall if this went through committee as of that time.
Point of information, yes, it did.
Can you share what they, when did it go through committee?
Let's see, probably, October.
It was originally written in November.
Uh,
This says November.
October.
When did it go through committee?
Wasn't it October 9th?
So the resolution says November 6th.
It was before then, because then it's hard to vote on
What day
it.
is that?
It was before then, because the company, April, he voted on it.
No, we didn't. What that got to do with it?
He did.
The resolution is wrong, it says on November 6th.
No, that's not correct. That's incorrect.
The transmittal date says today's date is November 6, 2024. City of Flint is heading on the station. November.
Madam Chair.
Hold on, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Just a cursory look, I believe it was introduced November 6th Finance Committee. It was moved to the council on November 11th. And then from the 11th, I believe it was one meeting, there was no quorum. And it was moved to the December 9th city council meeting. And it's now,
So November 6th is when it was approved out of finance?
it appears as though it was moved from finance on 6th to city council.
Oh, no.
On the 11th.
She lied again.
All right.
Let's hurry and pass it quicker.
Councilwoman Priestley, did you get a number?
There's 11 million.
Oh, let's take 20.
So $11 million.
As of September 25th.
As of September 26th. Less than
We haven't
25.
approved it, we haven't approved anything.
And then got 25 here that we are now accessing. Good. Thank you. I yield.
She's a damn fool.
She don't care that.
All right, anyone else? Anyone else?
They shouldn't even,
Anyone in the second round?
they shouldn't even touch that.
Okay, so since there's no one else in the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. So thank you for the correction. I do remember, that Mr. Pockett was one of the votes. And so, this was. Okay, so, this was, a request from Mr. Ed Benny and stating how the individuals that from every single ward, they go to Catholic charities and to receive, important, hygiene items. And so we were in support of granting these things. And, Madam Clerk, question, do you have, from that date, that you said that it was in finance, do you have, the votes?
No, but I did find out. Just a little time.
You said yes? Yes,
Yeah,
sure.
it'll take a minute to figure it out.
So I will repeat that, Madam Clerk, please.
I said I just need a minute to look up the vote.
Okay, so it'll take you a minute to pull the vote. And so, as my time continues to tick on, I just wanna see if I can read this into the record about the support. You had, well, okay. So I just wanna, again, just reiterate that this request came directly, from the Catholic Charity Board, requesting this assistance. We have board members going to their personal pockets, to pay for, you know, that at first they had a need for buying bread for the, Catholic Charity. And again, the board members going to their personal pocket. But it doesn't make sense for us to have the board members go into their personal pocket, and we have funds available to help assist the residents from every single board that benefit from Catholic Charities. And so Catholic Charities, they serve, as we all know, warming centers. When we went caroling the other day, we saw so many people down there, small babies, a lot of people. It was full. And those people, they're not only going there for warmth, they're also going there for personal hygiene items. And that is exactly what this reallocation is for. So, Madam Clerk, have you come in? All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on since we haven't commented. And so, we're looking for the support of the residents, we're looking for the colleagues to continue to support the residents, like we did in the finance committee, which moved it to the city council. All right, so we need to pass resolution 240503. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Ms. Priestley. Ms. Winfrey-Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Brown. Ms. Michelle.
Yes.
Ms. Pfeiffer.
Sure.
Gary.
Pass it off.
Mr. Oliver.
Do not pass.
7 yes, 0 no.
Don't pass me.
Could you repeat that?
She wants.
That's 7 yes, 0 no.
Thank you. 7 yes, 0 no, that resolution passes. So now we're going to resolution 240571.
Why did they decide?
I don't know why they separated.
And that is for, again, resolution 240571. All right, so
This is for the
motion to approve it and supported by her, just appreciate this. All right, any comments? All right.
Through you, Mr. Lord.
All right, Ms. Dora, please approach.
So just to be clear, Mr. Lord, this list that we have in front of us, we are pulling from the land bank and keeping it within the city, correct?
The foreclosure process, which I'm also going to have my colleague come up from the city assessing director here. Stacy, please. But anyway, the foreclosure list, it goes foreclosure, city treasurer, county treasurer, right of first refusal, for auction, right of first refusal. That's where we're at. So it has not gone to land bank yet.
No, I understand that. So we are gonna take ownership of these properties. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
Okay, what are we doing? Because I've been begging for this
What are we going to
for
do
3
with that?
years, ever since I've been here. So, we are gonna pull these from these properties are not gonna go to the land bank. We're gonna take them.
Correct.
What are we gonna do with them?
We're going to sell them and then give them back into like the, right now we're, as an example, so we're taking, so
We're taking back majority of, all of the residential vacant land that's left, and our hope is to get that back in the hands of the residents.
So these are all, these are,
Not all of them.
okay.
Majority of them are. 25 are homes that we have, with verified condition that we really can sell and get those, occupied. And then there's one parcel of commercial vacant.
So, I've been told for 3 years that we didn't have the bandwidth to do this.
We are finally getting
Explain
staff.
to me how we got the bandwidth now.
This body approved a $225,000 resolution for 2.5 years of staffing for a property disposition manager. His name is Ryan Mattis, and he will be managing it. So thank you for approving that staffers.
So, these are the only properties that were salvageable?
Yes. A lot of the houses, we went through and looked at the houses, some of them were not in very good condition. Where we have we'd have to put too much money into that, when we don't have that yet. We're hoping to start creating possibly revolving from the sales from these, so that way we can take those houses and fix them up and then resell them, but we don't have the funds right now.
So we're gonna be developers now?
Not developers, just
We're
fix.
gonna remodel houses and become a realtor?
We'll see. No, let's still go through the auction process like we normally do.
So, I mean, honestly, I don't understand why.
Even our hill know that's that puppy cut. Shit is crazy.
I just want to be clear. You just said that we're going to fix them up and sell them.
Not these ones, no. But that is our goal eventually, if it's something we are going to be able to
So
do.
we're going to become handyman and property developers?
Flat real estate.
So right now, there are no funds to work on this, which is why they're going to be sold as is. We'll then take the revenues from those sales this year, keep them in a fund, and be able to focus a little bit at a time on next year's properties for being able to actually white box a few of them, and then little bit by little bit be able to grow that fund. The goal would be that we could eventually have money to hire and be able to do the renovations, but it takes a lot of money. So, in the interest of this, we want to build that fund through us being able to keep the revenues, because we take them off the list and then sell them, which we use an auction website, Gov Deals, and so it's transparent. Everything is documented and has to be submitted on a certain time schedule, and you have to show what your name, what you're bidding, and so everything is transparent and handled through this website called Gov Deals. It's going to be, we've already started that process. It's on our city website now under under the property auction.
So is there a timeline on when these will be sold?
I know the plan is to get them up as soon as we get them into our.
So do we have to pay the county anything for this?
That's little.
I believe at the end, I think there's some back taxes we'll have to pay. It's not like we get that money. And what it
Right,
comes from.
Ms. Hay, well, that's this time. Anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Gray.
Go ahead.
So what happens is, we go through a process called settlement with the county, where whatever was not paid on site through us, the county gives us that money. But what they'll do is take whatever bill we have to pay for these funds and take it out of that settlement. So we don't really give them money at the end of it,
Okay, so
but I'm not sure on how that process works. That'd be a question more so on that.
my question is sort of start with, I heard you mention 25 homes that are in condition enough where you believe that they can sell at sort of as is in the, okay, then I heard you say one commercial property, vacant land. Is that then to understand all the other 9 or so are those vacant lots, vacant residential lots?
Yes.
Okay, so I also heard that these are gonna be placed on a website for bid. And they're all gonna be sort of put up at one time as somewhat of a batch?
sure on that, well, that'll have to be Ryan's decision on how many he feels that we could do at one time here, since this is kind of like our pilot project for it, to see what we can do.
Is the list that we receive in our packets, how soon is that list available to the residents of the city so that they may be able to begin to think, to plan if they want to acquire property?
Yeah, she says, it's in the packet.
Oh, so it's in the packet, they have that there. Okay. Oh, the full package is on the website. So persons that might be interested in buying some of these properties or reviewing the list can go to the city website, look at tonight's agenda, and get the list of properties so they can begin to prepare themselves. Because one of my questions was going to be, are we giving any priority in our disposition to those that might want to be owner occupied? But I don't know if there's a way to do that using this website to sell it. Then I guess, so that's it for me. My question too is this: what fee do we pay to this website for settlement? I'm sure there's a percentage or something.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I apologize, I did not mean to. Our biggest reason we use the website is to make the bidding process transparent, so then that way it's not going through one person, but it's going through a platform, so then that way it doesn't feel like there's any ability for, any type of, misbidding. So that's the point, but yeah.
Is it set up as a timed auction, so, you have 5 days or 7 days of bid, and whoever's the highest at, 11:59 on the last day, that's the winner, so to speak?
Correct, and the city does not have to accept that if it's going to start at a minimum bid, and then if the final bid, if we feel that the final bid didn't make it enough of what the value should be, then we can always restart.
So can we not set a minimum bid such that, because I can envision the whole transparency that we just try to avoid by using the website. I can see that transparency being discredited by, at a point saying, that wasn't high enough because maybe the preferred bidder didn't win.
So we want to make sure we prioritize side lots, for different properties. If you own a property that is adjacent, so this would add to your residential property that you are owning, that is going to be priority. So that is tricky, because we do want to say that if you are an adjacent lot owner, you actually, it's actually, frankly, you get priority, you get priority at a lower price.
So could we build that into the bid process to where applications for the first 3 days for vacant lots are only considered by adjacent properties? Is that some parameter that might be set?
So what we're going to do is we're going to actually reach out to those vacant property owners to make sure that they were aware of it, and then say, okay, the first X number of hours, and I guess I'll have to figure out what that is. I will ask our property business.
Again, give thought to a minimum bid amount, because that can totally blow transparency.
All right. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Just repeat that one more time, whether we
Hold on. Excuse me, we're loud, and let's keep it down, thank you. Go ahead.
Can you repeat that again, what it looked like on the city's website?
So if you go to, like it says city bids and proposals, is where you'd be able to do these bids. And then there's city council is where you would find the packet for tonight that has the list of addresses.
So go to city bids and proposals, and then under that tab, go to city council?
No, those are two separate answers.
So just go, okay, so then just go to city council, and then you'll find the list.
In tonight's packet for this special meeting, correct? Whereas if you want to make a bid, once these are up, which we will be being really, making a bit of a meeting, like, hey, please know that there are 25 properties that are being put up for the next week, and then we'll cycle through, or whatever we are doing. Again, we have not done this before, So we are gonna be figuring out, and if 25 is too much and we only get bids on 5, the goal is to sell you to homeowners in adjacent properties, or sell them to people who are going to live there as homeowners, or people who are going to have businesses in the city that are going to have activation. That is the goal, and we want to work with them. And we also obviously don't want to sell them for $1. We want to have a minimum price, so I appreciate that. Yeah. That minimum price, I know we talked about what that looks like for if it's a land sale versus a building sale, those are different values. So. But at the end of it, we're going to do this much faster than if we were just putting these into that was the question.
And so, it'll probably, it won't be posted until next year for bids and proposals, or, okay.
That's what she
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I said, I don't think Brian and I can have really too long to get along there, so we like to get that in hand.
Okay, perfect, so just for now, there are people watching asking questions, so, for now, they'll just put that in the agenda for tonight, or go to city council to see the agenda for tonight. And then from there, sometime in the top of next year, they'll be, in the section on the city website, for bids and proposals. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else in the first round? All right, saying none. I would like to make an amended motion. I would like to add residents 3506 Ray Street, that's 3506 Ray Street to the list. 3506 Race, RACE Street. Now, I know that we've had this list for quite some time, and I was able to ride around the second floor and look at the property. And I know, go ahead.
We've only had the final list since November 26th.
You said the final list? Okay, Madam Clerk, what did you send this list?
I would have the same list that Ms. Caper had, so I sent you the list. This is from the county.
Okay, so what was it?
I believe. The list came from the county on November 25th, and I sent it to you on the 26th.
What was the first date?
The communication from the county was dated November 25th, and I forwarded to council on the 26th.
So this is the third week that we had, and now enough time for us to go and take a trip around the second floor. And I saw that out of your list, you definitely listed the pool, so it wasn't include residents 35 to Great Street to this transfer.
I hate that
So we have made a submitted motion to do so. All right, so, a motion has been made by the councilman, supported by the council. 571, to point one, to include resident 3506 Great Street. All right, any discussion?
No, Mr. Chairman, this list is the city's looked at, we obviously have to look at that one. And if there's something wrong with that, or anything else, This is reason to come on this. I'm not gonna put the name of the city step out and take on responsibility, there's nothing about it.
All right, anyone else?
Do we have any notes on that property? Nah, maybe at my desk, what notes I have for it. Because I would like to see what we have, what we know about it, why it was included on this list. Looks really nice in this.
You need help? You got it? Oh, no, you don't know. Shoot, I can't afford it. Just takes too long.
Point of information. So this house is not occupied at all.
They said that house not occupied.
So, and it was not, yeah. All right, so proceed.
That was my question, was I was just wondering if they could tell me what kind of condition that house was in. Did you guys go, did you go into, Stacy, into the houses? No, just on the outside? Correct, that was done by, the apartment. So my writer went in and looked at that? No, and that inside, and then his staff went through all the houses, checked water, and everything. Physically in the home? Correct. We looked at also ones that had made sure that the pipes had been replaced. That was another thing we checked. Okay, so that, it might be a house that looks nice, but it has been stripped on the inside.
Point of information. You know, housing is
I know that happened. Not to mention, we didn't want to take, and with it being our first round too, we didn't want to overwhelm ourselves. Yeah, that was my question, was because without knowing the condition of the house and without Stacy's report, I'm hesitant to add any houses to this because we don't know the condition. And I understand that from the exterior, it might look really good, but inside, these people are animals to get all that stuff out of that house, that they can go in from the back door and nobody knows. Because I've seen it in my ward all over the place. Thank you. That's my time.
all right, anyone else in the first?
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, could you?
Can't afford the phone?
Stacy, so you guys selected 123 properties. And you're saying that the 123 properties that we have here on this list, they did go inside these properties?
No.
They have reports on these properties?
Yes, they had someone that they've been out there and looked at, the external, they looked at external, see what they thought, because they're the experts in this.
Okay.
On the condition of the house, looking at the outside. And then we had a list of recommended ones, and those were the ones that we looked at.
Okay. And so, the one that, the council person in the second ward, you do not have any, information on that property?
Not in front of me.
Okay. Okay. Well, I will not be voting, yes, on this amended resolution. I'll wait until I can get some information on that property. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, so seeing that there's no one else in the first round, I'll go ahead and take my time. All right, so, what I heard you say was that you all did not go into every property, however, if you receive property report to state the condition of the inside?
No, the condition of the exterior, and they thought that, it was something that would need to be worked out inside.
Okay, so my other question is this, so you went to every single property from the list, and you all made a determination if the house was filled.
Yes,
You went to every single property on the list.
yes. The building, yes.
Okay, because I see a few houses, one is on Winans that you all identified as garbage. And so it's like, when you all, and then my colleagues will take the liberty of looking up 3506 Ray Street, you will see that this is a fabulous looking property. Okay? And so since everyone did outside assessment, I'm no one building a safety person, but I did realize this house is totally secured on the outside, bars on the window, all the way around the house. This is a very nice looking house. Now, it doesn't bother me if we leave it on the table. I know it goes to the land bank and somebody will get them a great house on Ray Street. That's just what it is. However, from what I hear, it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like the crew missed some houses because it's a few. And I would just add this because this house is absolutely gorgeous. And we will be doing a disservice not to pursue this house and have this on the list. So you already stated that you all went to every single house, and evaluated every single house for quality on the outside. Kind of hard to believe the fact that rain is on the list, and this did not make it. However, it's fine. Whatever the other 7 people, whatever they say. But if everyone will go and take a look at the house at 3506 Ray Street, you will see that this is a great house. And we are saying that we're not going to go with it. Not that because it's a bad house, but because the administration neglected to put this nice house on the list. And they decided to add the crappy house on lines.
Well, request for information, point of information.
Go ahead.
Does the councilwoman in the second ward know that the house that she's referring to on Wyatt, there are other interested parties who will still purchase that property because they have a neighborhood idea of what they're going to do and they want to accomplish?
That's fine. I definitely understand, but I also understand that again, we're missing out on the jewel. And so that like requires minimal work. So nevertheless, here we are and we are here. So I'll go ahead and just give my time so we can just go on this one. Understand? Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and go to the second round.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to postpone this to the end of the resolution so that Stacy can go to her desk and find the report that lists the amendment conditions.
All right, let's move on the floor to move this to the end of the meeting. Yep, so we can get an accurate report. So
End of the resolution. Stacy, you can get that information.
you said the end of the resolution.
End of the resolution. So at the end of the resolution, that's where.
Got it. All right.
Madam Chair, who is also the resident of
No, she said on Winans. Yeah, I don't have it on Winans. It's on the selected. Yeah, I believe it's only one house on the list. All right, so there's been a motion made to move this to the end of the resolution section on the agenda, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? All right. So roll call, Dr. Tucker.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Wendy Carter?
No.
Burns?
No.
Kill it off the roof.
Chad?
Yes.
Piper?
Kill it.
Mr. Jarrett?
That's the only thing they.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion failed. And now we are back at the original resolution. And we are in the second round. All right. Anyone else in the second one? All right, it's going to take time, I'm going to take my time. So, it is unfortunate that my colleagues, don't know they scored the remaining property, but kudos to the person that's able to purchase this from the land bank. They are definitely inheriting a jewel. Thank you. So roll call, Madam Clerk, for resolution 240, resolution 240-571, amendment.
Request for information. Are we voting to change this to a point one, and if so, what is it, point one?
I do apologize, I overstepped. So, this is a motion to amend. Okay, motion to amend, resolution 240-571. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alwin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Gleason?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no, so that fails. And so now we're on to the, regular, resolution, and we are in the second round. So, any speaker in the second round? Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
What's the plan for maintenance of these properties in the interim between now and when they sell?
Yes, there is not a plan.
I mean, because
Yeah, there is not a plan.
at this point, the liability falls on the city, right?
That's correct.
And we are in that time of year where we're gonna have snow and potentially ice on sidewalks. How does that play out?
We do not have a plan. You want us to get the program started, this is us getting the program started. I don't have a plan for that.
No, I'm just trying to think through,
Yeah.
you know.
But they're not being maintained now, so, I mean, I'm just saying, but in the future, I would love to say that we have funds that we can go out and shovel, and we've got, every property will be, boarded up, I mean, but because we don't have those funds, because that's not been a program that the city has ever run, and the liability has always been on the land bank, but we are doing this now.
Right,
We're trying to get it started.
that's why
We're trying.
you know, because for the stuff that, as you just said, was the land bank's responsibility, we'll say. Otherwise, we're assuming that now. And all the liability that comes along with it. How is there what is viewed as realistic to have these off of our books? So we approve this tonight, let's say. What really is realistic as to, for all 123 of these, they are outside of the city of Clinton's responsibility?
So, I honestly couldn't tell you, so. We, I heard broadcast that we have all our years by the beginning of summer.
Right.
And then the fall, to get as many background as possible. But until we really, study this and kind of data, I can't tell you.
Because, we said a good number of these were vacant lots.
I
So,
think it's easiest to sell.
and hopefully, I'm just trying to think if come summer, not even summer, good spring, is it the expectation that the land bank would cut it? Because, we've been talking about like earlier, who's gonna,
I guess we don't do anything with our customers now. Yeah, they were more city property.
All right, I believe that it was second round. Go ahead, Sarge.
So, question. The $55 billion company that's going to be coming here, we're going to be needing housing. Is Cliff thinking ahead? Okay. I said, Stacy,
I mean, yeah, we're trying to think ahead, but, we don't know just to play part into it, but we are trying to plan ahead.
Yeah, most of the housing policy that we've been working on is around updating our zoning ordinance and, making it easier to get a building permit for new construction. So we did focus on that to help infill development in our neighborhoods.
I think this is good. So, how many, it's 10,000 jobs in Money Township. How many are we expecting that will be housing?
So the discussions we've had is that if that mega site deal in Money Township was to go through, there would be dollars that actually initially would be giving us to actually do some of this rehab work. Because they're not going to approve that kind of economic development incentive without having housing. But because that deal hasn't been approved yet, we don't have certainty about dollars that we would be able to tap for rehab.
Okay. And so, I mean, and it's good for thought. Okay. That's all.
Madam Chair. Go ahead, Ms. Michelle.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just gonna say, going in line with what my colleague is saying in the sixth ward, about the fact that, we do have to make sure, since we have development coming, no doubt people will want to work closer to home, that this, and Emily, I will publicly say that them hiring you was absolutely a good move for the city. Absolutely good move for the city, because there have been, not just this, but there have been a couple of other things that you have been very forward-thinking on. And so I do appreciate you, and I appreciate Stacy, on what you're doing with this. And I know that this is something that a couple of my colleagues who have been on council before me have said that this is something that they've been asking for. And so to have two people who are here now, it's almost like it's perfect timing, right? You two are here now, we have this development that's happening, and more people will want to move or be in our city or stay in our city and upgrade their living situations. So this is great. I am in full support of this. I've been saying we needed this when we got the acquisition person. I thought that was an amazing thing for us to do. So I will be supporting this tonight.
I feel you.
All right, anyone else in the second round?
When would we actually, when I can get to, so when will we get to?
Yeah,
So
January 2nd, hopefully.
So Emily, do we have BSI staff to go into security?
We're gonna have to, I mean, if
Because
it's, yeah.
I'm worried about broken pipe, water running, like that, other water. Like, can we get with the water department, prioritize it, make sure we turn these off? I mean, because if we have broken pipe and we have a good house, then you might want to have a good house. So as soon as we get access, I think we should turn off the water, minimize these as much as possible. If you have the staff and,
Yeah, and we can coordinate with Arnold for boarding windows as well.
I don't think it's any secret on how I feel about the land use on the side of this. Soccer, so, with that being said, I hope that whatever plan we develop to sell these, there isn't any questionable sales, or it's like clean across the board. So I'm really looking forward to this next year.
All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, seeing no one else, I'll go ahead and take my time. So this is is definitely 3 years overdue. We had the late Councilman Mays, he was an advocate, saying that I was not turning over. And so this was a project in the work for 3 years. Thank you all for pursuing this. Next time, let's not miss any jewels again, because clearly they won't go for it because I asked for it. But, we want to make sure that we maintain the great property in the city, and we do something good. You know, I know one of my visions was to make sure that we took care of our public safety officers, you know, police and fire, to encourage them to move back to the city, create a program like the NACA program and the Hometown Heroes program. So I think that would definitely be a great move for some of these homes that we're retaining. So I am, again, I commend your office, your staff, your drive, and the fact that you still work with the city of Flint. All right, so thank you all. So with that being said, we're going to go off the vote. To vote to pass resolution 240571. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Mr. Shedd.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Mahoney. Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Mr. Priestley.
Yes.
Mr. Burns.
Yes.
Votes yes, 0.
Vote is named yes, 0, no, that resolution passes. So now we move on to resolution 240571. The grandstand. All right, and then vote to approve by Councilman Ford. Any support? Support by the Councilman First Ward. Any discussion?
They're gonna pass you,
Any discussion in the second round? Okay, so sit there, no discussion, and celebrate.
There you go.
And so here is the thing, who appoints to this board?
These are appointments,
Right, Mayor?
by the mayor, yes, ma'am.
And see, this is where the mayor should become hysterical, because he wants us to help fix the problem tonight of him not having enough people, which is required by the charter. Why is the NAB board not taking him to court? And, you know, he want us to fix his problem, he did a whole thing, calling us terrorists, obstructionists, and I've seen the problem. That house, and people have been emailing us that people were getting funds sent to their home address, and their names was on it. How many people were let go of the housing commission?
I don't have it.
no matter.
Well, I believe it was over half of them, wasn't it? Well, the news does, and so will some of the news, let me say that. So this is, again, as I said, he wants us to fix this problem. None of the people are here. Some of my colleagues, I have a whole retired, works in the community, serves on another board in my park, and she's a retired, what do you call them? Video prescriptions. Pharmacist, thank you. You know, and so here's my thing. They want us to do favors, but and it wouldn't matter. I know, it ain't even you, I know it ain't. But when you want us to do favors, you gotta respect goes both ways. It goes both ways. And I was imperative that we fix this big mistake. How long has this board been without members? Enough members. Because it was back in the late summer. They start bailing, it was on the news, and people.
The best I know is really about the last several months, maybe in the context of this, it could have been longer.
Does Councilman Leon, we still serving, you still serving? Or you have a chair to Councilman, Alvin, you still serving that board?
No, I don't.
Whatever it is. On a second district class, if we set a standard that we should normally have people here, and then we're breaking because they have a dire need, for the board, is anything imperative that has to be passed by this board right away? Because that's not the only board that don't have one, have a quorum. Or we never, with the civil rights we don't have all the boards functioning. I believe, am I correct?
There are other things that function, that's correct.
Right. And so it's something imperative that he has to have, that we can't wait to have these people here.
I think that the only appeal I would make would be regarding the fact that, in terms of the significance of that body operating for the residents that are in those facilities that are affected by it.
Is Mr. Gerald needs to be here?
I heard the name, I don't know the stats.
All right. Mr. Ivey. So, I don't know what the mayor says, I don't watch anything that he said or anything like that. So I'm making my decision solely on what I have done in the past, and I will not be supporting this because it does not have a resume attached. You know, I do not, as much issues as this board has been in the news and everything else, I'm not going to sit here from my seat and just okay a name on a piece of paper without knowing something about it. And with them not being here is one issue, but not even having a resume attached, I'm a no at this time. So, that's all.
All right, anyone else in the first round?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I'm definitely in agreement with what my colleagues are saying in regards to having resumes and setting a standard for individuals to come here. I would like to ask my colleagues though, to at least consider this residential commissioner who actually stays in the housing for the simple fact they haven't been able to have quorum since things have been, individuals like myself being elected to be over there, and they are on the verge of getting a lot of attention from HUD and the feds because they can't have quorum, and that's really affecting a lot of our residents in our housing. So I definitely understand having a resident, having individuals come here is very important. We should keep that standard. But I would like to ask my colleagues to at least consider the residential appointment, the individual who actually stays in the department. Because it's a long time.
What's the name?
What is your request?
Through you, Madam Chair, Chris, what's the name of the person who stays?
His name is Masus Hussein. And that way they at least can have a quorum, and I'm quite sure Ms. Redmond, I can reach out to Ms. Redmond and they can have them individuals be here next time, their resumes and so forth. But they are in real trouble not having a quorum for quite some time, which is going to ultimately bring the feds soon here.
Mr. Request for information.
What is your request?
Two things. What is the number required for a quorum, and how many members they have on the board right now?
So they currently have 2, we used to have 3.
Thank you.
Request for information.
What is your request?
How often do they meet and when is the next meeting?
Actually, I got a meeting tomorrow. I just got a text.
And they meet how often?
They meet twice a month.
Twice a month?
Yeah, they have
Your
a regular
speed
meeting.
comes
and
back
they have a
then.
meeting.
They wouldn't even give us this.
Go ahead.
Are you aware that one of them does have a resume, and I would definitely, look at that one?
The only reason I said the residential, because that's been a hard one to get someone, because they have some changes. Like the front house don't own all the properties that they want to do, use that on. They own maybe like 5 now. And then there's a new management, and so it's been very hard for them to get a residential. And that's why I'm making the request, and hopefully my colleagues can see the benefit of that for the next year.
So, request for,
Go ahead.
so if we, maybe approve the one with the resume, you don't necessarily need to kill this one, you can get a resume for the next meeting, is that?
That's what's good. We good. That's all I have.
Resolution 24052 supported by the councilwoman in the 7th ward. All right, roll call. All right, roll call on the clerk. And this is to say resolution 240522 to the governing office.
Madam, could you repeat what you said? I didn't understand.
Sure. We're looking to send resolution 240522 to the government operations committee. Roll call on the clerk.
Mr. Pfeiffer? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Wendy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Ms. 8 yes, 0 no.
Voted 8 yes, 0 no for the appointment 240522 is now being sent to the government operations committee. Now we move on to resolution 240523.
I'd like to make a motion to send the government out.
All right, the motion is set as appointments to government ops, supported by the councilman in the first ward. Roll call on the clerk.
Just for clarification, are you talking about today's government ops or the January 8th?
For government ops in January.
Even if you send it to today, if you don't need to, it's still sit there, if you
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Wendy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Voted 8 yes, 0 no.
Voted 8 yes, 0 no. Appointment 240523 has been sent to the government operations committee.
Madam Chair, motion to approve 240.
Support.
So, resolution 240575, it has been, I heard.
Motion to approve. Councilman Pfeiffer.
Yeah, let's go ahead and slow down so I can understand what's being said. So we're on resolution 240575. The motion has been made by Councilman Pfeiffer, supported by the Councilman Seven Board. Correct. Thank you. Any discussion?
What was the name? They have a
All right, second round.
Well,
All right, so we want to go ahead and move. So for approval, 240575, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Ms. Wendy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I spoke out in terms of being.
Ms. Wendy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
so everybody don't
Mr.
have to
Jerry.
be here when it's an appointment.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. So that appointment is approved. Now we want to appointment 240576.
This is great.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Just the ones they get, gotta be here.
All right, motion to approve 240576 and supported by the councilman in the first ward. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Now, whose appointment is this? Is this the mayor's appointment, or is this one of the council members' appointment for the board of?
Council member appointment is for the second ward, for the board of review. So they meet.
Okay. That's all.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? So, since everyone is in the first round, you want the second round? All right, on the second round, I'll go ahead and take my time. Is Stacy still here or did she leave? She left? Oh, okay. And so, anyone can speak to the board of review? And this appointment? Mr. Edwards, can you speak to the board? No? Okay, not a problem. All right, so, yeah, so I received an email from Stacy stating that my appointment was up in December and how they needed to fill it so they can get the proper training, so they can get started with the board of review process. And keep in mind that this board is essential because they go over the taxes. And so, Brenda Anderson, she submitted the resume, you all will see it, in the text of the packet.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Is she here tonight?
No, she's not. Nah, no problem.
Request for information.
Go ahead.
Stacy should be coming back though, because, oh, never mind, that was voted down. Do you need this? Does this appointment need to happen to make quorum? And the reason that that is important to know is because, as you stated, it's time for them to start assessing for the property taxes. And so this appointment is needed for residents to get relief on their property taxes. I think that we need to seriously consider passing this, because residents would be affected if they're not able to make quorum. And I know that Stacy said that at least 100 residents under the old program apply every year. So now that more residents know about the HOPE initiative, I believe they've gotten more applications for that. And so I just want to make sure that the residents are able to get that important property tax relief that they need.
Okay, thank you. So absolutely, so that's what she stated in the email. And so I just want to make sure that I am helping the board of review be in compliance and be in the second for it. And so I understand that I'm here talking to her as Ms. Anderson here today, and Ms. Anderson, she was not able to make it today. However, I also want to be mindful that Ms. Sharon Reed was not here. So
Right.
that being said,
Right.
go ahead and,
Sharon wasn't here.
roll call, Madam Clerk.
Set a precedent. Liddell Wright.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
They passed
Ms.
on.
Priestley?
Yes.
They can't say that no more.
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Jet?
Yes.
Ms. Piper?
It's gonna pass anyway. It's playing in our
Jared?
face.
Mr. 6 yes, 2 no?
It was 6 yes, 2 no. That resolution passes. So, it looks like we are at the,
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
I was just forwarded a resume for Mr. Marsu, I see.
Pass it.
I'm not sure if you wanna reconsider, but, we did just receive a resume for Mr. Marsu.
Okay, thank you. And so, the chair would like to entertain a motion for consideration for, Marshall Hudson, since every colleague has received a resume within their inbox, and keeping in mind the importance of making form for this specific board.
Request for information, Madam Chair.
Go ahead,
For
Ms.
that, so we would have to go back to the housing commission. I'm sorry, so we would send this to, was it government?
Take it back.
Governor.
And so we have got to, this is for the board of review. If we review.
No, it's for the
Housing
housing.
commission, well, we're in board of review now. We just did for it, right? And, yeah.
Oh, okay, go ahead, because I know that we're past that, we're on.
We also passed the housing commission. Yeah, so then I would like to ask, so maybe I can do reconsideration for, my board of review person that can turn that.
Oh, shit.
So, going back to what we were doing, so, we're looking to reconsider
Yes.
the Marshall Hudson, so Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, so keep in mind that we just said Marshall Hudson's resume to government office. What's the process to extract that from government office
Just bring it back.
and put it on, and bring it back to this meeting?
Bring it back. Make up a rule.
Yes.
Okay, and I also noticed that we have a bio for Mr. Dale Kennedy as well in our email.
Ask them all.
Okay, so the chair will entertain a motion to reconsider the appointment.
This is crazy.
All right, and so we're looking to reconsider, appointment 240522 and 240523. All right. And so I would like for council to briefly stand at like a 5-minute meeting so we have an opportunity to take a look at the credentials.
Ah, shit, I'm about to go home.
I'll
I
take
ain't
it.
finna.
That's all they need to do. They gonna pass it.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll go ahead and I guess if we're reconsidering it, we will move for resumes and bio that we have not read. So,
Somebody did so. They keep it moving.
They gonna be president to 2025.
For request for information.
Man, I'm out.
Didn't we already send these to government operations?
absolutely, and we just reconsidering it. We want to
Well, I will not be voting.
Well, that's fine.
Bring it right on back.
Oh,
Man, I'm about to go home myself.
okay, thank you. Oh, Mr. Carter, I'm just asking you first, what is the process? You said that it was. Senior council person.
They gave them everything they want.
Right, all right, so, first round, Mr. Westbrook. So, do we have any discussion first round?
I'm bomb.
Is this for your
I didn't hear you.
So this is for reconsideration for the.
They give them all they want.
So, as the chair stated before, we just received 2. And so it is the Marshall Hussey resume, and we also received the Dale Kennedy, bio. And so that's why I was asking the council to stand at ease for a brief for 3 minutes, so we can take a look to see how we want to proceed.
These are the worst council people I ever seen in my life.
The first round for reconsideration?
No.
Or in the second round? All right, so, we want to vote to reconsider resolution appointments 240522 and 240523. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
They can go back and put on who they
Ms.
want.
Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Michelle?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Allen? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Vote 4 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. So, reconsideration for the 2 essential appointments. Okay. All right, so moving on to the consideration of applicants for the 3rd ward. So right now, Madam Clerk, it looks like we are on, we'll be picking up from what round?
Ain't about to pick nobody. Carrie ain't here. Look around. Carrie Nelson is not here.
That's gonna be for the 3rd ward consideration round 132. Before we will start. I just need a couple minutes.
Happy holidays.
They gave them everything they want.
Everything that Mary.
I will go home.
Happy holidays to all of them. Every single one. What is we doing?
Nothing.
And they about to leave. They should. I wouldn't even be mad.
Y'all did damn good, like y'all showed me. Y'all did damn good tonight. Yeah.
So, the third ward, consideration.
Happy holidays, y'all did good tonight. Happy holidays.
We will pick up where we left off last meeting. And that's going to be around 132. And the next choice would go to, we start out with Mr. Staff. And again, we'll just state the last time of the person that we would like to appoint to the third ward. So, Mr. Staff?
He said, they passed all this, but I think they couldn't get their person. This is crazy.
Big Stevens. Big Stevens.
I told you.
You picked Candace the last time. You ain't represented that yet.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Big Stevens.
Nah, this gonna be what they gonna do this about 4 in the morning. I'm about to come. I'm gonna tell them they can go live off of your YouTube, I mean your Facebook.
Round 134. Mr. Jarrett.
Go to Facebook. I'm finna go to the crib, man. This ain't nothing for the
Mr.
channel.
Alvey?
If they do get it, I'll hear about it in the morning. Fuck who they finna pick.
Ms. Priestley?
Keep
Mr.
taking.
Carter?
Big Stevens.
Ms. Burns?
Big Stevens.
I'm out.
Mr. Shad?
Nelson?
Mr. Pfeiffer? We vote for Ms. Biggs Levy. 3 votes for Nelson, 1 for Mr. Biggs.
Stay here and fold in the middle. Side.
135.
You can have that, and I'm out.
Mr. Alvey? Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Big Stevens.
Ms. Burns?
Charge your phone.
Mr. Shad?
Nelson?
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? 3 for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy.
Hey, family, I'm out. I'll catch y'all in the morning.
Round 1.